Oh. Display capture. Alright, because I had game capture enabled last time. What was I trying to capture? Oh yeah, Morta. Anyway. Today is Saturday, July 25th, 2026. I'm gonna continue playing Use of Life. Wow. That's basically it. I don't know. You know, Twitch, I noticed actually Twitch has an option available, which I guess I enable it on YouTube pretty easily, but on Twitch, there's like a vertical setup that says you can use, which is basically the same thing. It's just having like a dual format for streaming, where you can have like, you know, the normal browser version, but you can also have the freaking mobile version as well, you know? Freaking like, I guess people use mobile phones all the time. I find it weird, you know? Like, just watch it on a computer. I don't know. But I guess, I don't know, people like just watch things on their phones all the time. But it seems kind of annoying, actually. The biggest thing is that you have to, you know, install like a plugin and enable enhanced broadcasting, which is the one thing I can't really do for like a variety of reasons. Multi-track streaming. Multi-track streaming again? I think that's for, yeah, because, yeah, that's only if you have it enabled. Yeah, if you're streaming directly to Twitch first. What I'm using is a plugin that like enables me to stream to YouTube and then also multi-stream to Twitch, which is like a different plugin. And the reason why I don't want to like stream to Twitch first is because if you enable enhanced broadcasting, it also kind of disables, I believe, like whenever you like get disconnected or whatever, it doesn't give you that buffer to come back, I guess, which I didn't like. You know, that was like one thing I didn't like about it. But anyway, it's like a whole thing. I'll be honest, it doesn't seem that useful to me because like it seems to only matter if you have face cam, and I don't really even use face cam in the first place. I don't know. I'm very old school, you know. No face cam, no VTuber model. I don't know. Even though I feel like it used to be a novelty, I feel like, to have a face cam. At least, you know, for the content creators that I watched anyway. But now everyone fucking does it, and now, I know I'm swearing. You know, everyone does it now, and now it's like, well, it's just expected now. I personally don't like that, you know? I don't want to see a human face on my video game stream. Disgusting. VTubers, I can at least forgive a little bit because it's anime. I don't know, but everyone's puts like a face. Everyone has to like, I don't know. It's like you're watching a movie, you know, and then someone stands in front of the movie, you know, like in the theater, and it's like, hey guys, enjoying the movie? Wow, this part is so cool. You know, it's like, I don't know. I just want to watch the movie. But I guess if you just want to watch a movie, you just play, you know, watch. Like, it's like as if you don't watch a Let's Play, you just play the game yourself. But I don't know. It's like a slightly different experience. Anyway. But yeah, you know, face cam. That kind of reminds me though, there's a, because I'm thinking like, you know, VTubers and all that, I feel like it doesn't make sense for a guy to do VTubing. You know, no offense, and of course, all the best for people who like try to do it anyway. But I feel like it's just overdone, right? It's like, it's overdone, but it's also like, it doesn't really fit, right? Because like, I don't know, because of like societal expectations, you know, because like usually anime women are just better for marketing, you know, like anime men, it just doesn't have as much of a demographic is the problem, you know? It's just not as popular with anime fans, right, in general. Usually, if you take it as a whole, I imagine most anime fans want anime women, not anime men. At least in terms of like, you know, like a model or appearance. So, you know, it's like the difference between like Kaito and Miku, you know, like Kaito from Vocaloid. No, not whatever that is. You know, Kaito, he's just not as popular. I guess Ren is popular though. relatively, but only because he's bundled up with Rin. You know, I feel like they come in a package. But anyway, I don't know. It's just not as popular to do like male VTubing, I feel like. But it does remind me, there is this one guy, which is actually pretty cool. What's his name? Octopimp, I think. I don't really watch much of his content, but I see him sometimes. I mean, I don't know, he just seems like a big, you know, content creator. He's really into like anime and all that. And recently, apparently, he's doing some kind of like VTuber design where, for one, it's retro, which is kind of cool, like a retro style. But also, there's a lot of posts. Of course, there's other VTubers I follow. I wish he pinned like the big one, you know? I mean, there's this, of course, but like he showcases like what he can do with his VTuber model, which is pretty cool. Like he has a lot of toggles that make it very dynamic, I guess. Like, yeah, like he has expression here, and then he switches like that. Like, I don't see that transition. Like, as he's talking, he can just do that, or he toggles his animation and he does that, you know? It's a bit more dynamic. Now, it's really cool, I have to admit, because it's a lot more, I guess, animated than your typical VTuber model, and it adds something unique, right? It's like, it's actually something that, it's not your typical, what you've seen already, right? It's not just a copy of like what's been done before. Though I do wonder, like, with so many toggles, you know, I mean, for one, I mean, again, so many toggles is like really cool. I just wonder if it gets old, you know? I guess just like with everything, I guess. Like, once you've seen the 100,000 toggles, you know, doesn't it get old eventually? I don't know. Because I imagine it's very expensive too. So what VTubers often do, you know, to keep it fresh is that they get outfits, I guess. You know, they get freaking the equivalent of like premium skins, you know, like a video game. They like just change the costume over the avatar every once in a while, change the hairstyle. And I wonder, like, to keep it fresh, I imagine that's what would happen to this model too. Or even add more expressions, I don't know. I wonder how possible that is, how expensive that is, especially because of all the different like poses, right? Because the VTuber model usually, I mean, your default one anyway, is just like your face, you know, it's like, well, anime face, and it kind of, it's like a weird paper doll thing. And I guess, well, when I think about it, some VTubers definitely have like different like poses as well, but it's kind of like all programmed in, you know. It's actually very like, it requires a bit of coding, I guess, you know, to do all the animations. I mean, to be fair, maybe this is also similar. I don't know, but anyway, but like it's very old school in the sense like every like pose is like its own little animation, which is cool. Again, I imagine though, not just because of the fact that if you want to change anything about it, it'll be expensive. I imagine it's like expensive just in general. I mean, I don't know who he commissioned, or maybe he did it himself. I'm not too familiar. A lot of fan art. Yeah. Look at those toggles. Anyway, but I feel like that's a male VTuber done right, you know? I mean, obviously there's other, what's his name? Shoto or something? I mean, he's popular, but I feel like he's an anomaly, really. Like, obviously he was the right time at the right place, the right personality, or whatever. But like, this is actually something that's like a little bit more interesting than just having your typical like VTuber avatar. He's kind of cool. I don't know. I think it's kind of cool. Again, very expensive, I imagine, though. You know, like, I wonder how much it costs. I mean, typical VTuber models cost a lot, actually, for like, you know, the top content creators in general, because they want to like have the best like, you know, art style and the best like whatever, the best face tracking, best whatever. But I imagine this little project probably costs a lot of money too, a lot of time too. I don't know. And again, who did this? You know, I wonder. I'm not sure. And there's like a little like thing in there too. Anyway, that's cool. But that's the thing, right? Going back to like face cams and all that, like that's how people stand out, you know? They put their fucking face in the goddamn thumbnail and do a pog face, you know? They open their mouth, they do like a soy pog, you know, whatever. What do you call it? I don't know what you call it. The soy face. You go, whoa, look at this, whoa, open my mouth, whoa. I'm gonna eat this big hot dog. I don't know. That's what you do, because otherwise, how can you stand out, right? Nobody's gonna click on your goddamn video, and I know this personally, unless you add something special to it, you know? To make them think they need to click on it. Freaking clickbait. Goddamn. And it used to be like people complain about that when it's in the title, right? It's like a clickbait title. But nowadays, that's just the norm, especially on thumbnails. You have to clickbait like through visuals, because, you know, people see everything through their eyes, you know, so you have to clickbait through that instead. If it was the Wild West and there were no rules, and the kind of, well, you know, there wasn't, or I was gonna say like there kind of wasn't actually, like 10, 15 years ago, everyone would just put like boobs, you know, on their thumbnails or something, and people kind of do it still, actually. I think about it. You know, they always put those like lewd, like freaking half-naked anime girls on their thumbnail, and you click on the video, which, well, I don't. You know, I know it sounds suspicious when I say that, but I don't, because I know clickbait. I know clickbait when I see it, and it annoys me, actually. It irritates me enough to not click on it, even if it's probably a video that I would like. It still annoys me, you know, because I know it, because I know they're advertising, you know, marketing, it's capitalism, you know, they're marketing at me. Anyway, but you know, like, they show big anime titties on the thumbnail, you click on it, and it has nothing to do with anime titties, you know, basically. Or maybe it does, but like, I don't know, it's not interesting. Anyway, Mobodara Moonlight Farewell. Oh. What's on sale, by the way? I just noticed Hyper Japan. I'm like, wow, Japan? I'm a certified weeb. So like, I want to see what this is about. Don't get me honest, when I search an anime tag on Steam, for one, sometimes it's not anime. People just tag stuff that are not anime. But also, it's kind of like full of like, I don't know, like, or like games that I'm not interested in, basically, you know, like very generic stuff. Even when it has an anime art style, that doesn't make it like automatically something I would like. I like the anime art style, but it also needs to be paired with like a game that I actually would want to play. Often it's kind of like cutesy, you know, cutesy anime, comfy game where you like farm, basically. It's just Harvest Moon again, you know. Or like a visual novel. It's like, I'm kind of, I don't know, I still like visual novels, but like, I'm kind of sick of like the classic ones, you know, like the ones that always try to copy the classic ones. I'm kind of sick of it. They're too long-winded, and their pacing is horrible, you know. Like, I want visual novels that, I always keep saying, like the ones that are like more, a little bit more written like a show, you know, like an anime. Like, it's ironic, you know, because I always say, like, when people watch Fate Stay Night, you know, they always argue that, oh, the visual novel is better, you know, because in the visual novel you can hear Shiro's thoughts, the main character, you know, compared to the anime. You don't get to learn his character in the anime, because like we don't have enough time to like listen to all his thoughts, right? Because we have to move it along. But like when you actually play the visual novel, which I did, I recorded the whole Fate Stay Night visual novel and the sequel, and it's like, it's just a bunch of padding, you know. It's just a bunch of Shiro getting horny over Saber, basically. He's like, wow, look at Saber, she's so hot, you know, have a fucking boner, you know, basically. It's not exactly that, because I played the censored version technically, but you know, it's basically that, and it's like annoying to me. I don't know, and maybe it's, I don't know, maybe it's more relatable if you're like a teenage boy. Like, I don't know, I read it as an adult, so I don't know. It's like, it's just annoying to me. Like, it's not interesting, you know. Like, I don't know, like in the visual novel, what would be interesting to me would be more like, I don't know, like more intrigue, I guess. More intrigue, more character drama, something more focused on the actual scenes, rather than just trying to like do this thing where you hear his monologue for like 5 hours, and also like so much over explaining. And again, it might be because like the initial translation of Fate Stay Night, you know, like what's the translation, moon or something, I can't remember. It has a moon in the word, like Mirror Moon's translation, which is the initial like first translation, or the first, you know, kind of like unofficial fan translation of Fate Stay Night. Like, apparently it's like debatably it might be a bad translation, right? because the Fate Stay Night like officially on Steam actually did come out and has a different translation to it. People compare it and it's like the original might be a little bit more, I guess, I mean, it says right here a little bit flowery, right? Which I don't know, I might prefer better actually. And of course people argue, you know, because of nostalgia and what people are used to, but like, I don't know. I do feel like when I actually did play the original Fate Stay Night original with the Mirror Moon translation, it's just too wordy. I don't know. It's just like they spent 5 million years explaining how magic works, magic circuits, and like I don't give a shit. You know, it's like I don't know. It feels like a freaking science textbook, but like for something that doesn't actually exist. You know, it's annoying to me. It would be interesting, you know, like lore about like the way the world works would be interesting in a different context. You know, if I wasn't forced to read it, that's the biggest thing for me when it comes to lore. When you like build the world building literally, and like, you know, establish the lore and how the world works, like that's more interesting if I'm like exploring it myself, like in a different kind of game, really, not a visual novel, but more like kind of like an exploration, like Yume Nikki-esque type game or something, like RPG Maker, I don't know. Like you just walk somewhere and then you read like a book, but like it's not like I don't know what the word is, but like it's not so obvious, I guess, you know. It's like it's not something that forces you to read. It's actually something that you can read optionally on your own by doing your own research, because you get interested initially because, oh, you know, why did this character do this super special magic move? How did they do that? You know, like you're curious about it, then you go and look it up, you know, basically like, I don't know, like an in-game wiki or something, or in-universe wiki, I don't know. Like it would be interesting, like a I don't know what the word is, but like not ARG, but like, you know, like a website within the game. You know, like you look it up and it's like, oh, okay, this is how it works. Like it's all like fake like websites or something. I don't know, but anyway, I don't know what I'm trying to say, but basically it was just too much like establishing like how the world works, but then like at the end of the day it doesn't really matter because Shiro just does bullshit things that like the typical shonen protagonist is like, I reject these rules and I become super strong anyway, boom, I win, you know, whatever. It's like, just pulls it out his ass, like, come on. And people could argue like, oh, you know, it was already established like in the beginning, you know, when they explain how it works. And it's like, nah, man, it's all fucking made up. You know, it's not physics, bro, it's magic. Like, you know, freaking anyway. But yeah, that's what I don't like. I guess I just don't like magic that much in general. You know, I'm not really a fan of like Harry Potter, you know, basically. Like I'm more a fan of sci-fi. You know, if it was sci-fi, then maybe I'd be more immersed in it, you know. But when it's magic, I don't know. It's just too abstract for me. I don't believe in magic, I guess. You know, I don't believe in the magic. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Reminds me of like a quote from Invincible when like spoilers, but like, I don't know, like basically like a villain says like, I don't believe you, and then he cuts off some guy's head, basically. Out of context, it makes no sense, but like, you know, that's just what reminds me of. Anyway, yeah, people say here Mirror Moon's translation is below average, yada yada yada. I don't know. Maybe I should play the remaster, but I imagine even if I play the remaster, it kind of won't change my mind anyway, because the length of the pacing, you know, length of the words and everything is still kind of long anyway. So I don't imagine I like it better. So I already know how the story goes and everything. But anyway, visual novels. I like visual novels that are written a little bit more like a modern TV show, right? Because people compare it to like, where is it? People often use visual novels compare it to books, you know? I found this link again, by the way. You know, I'm going to keep coming back to this. And it's not exactly what I mean, but like kind of similar, right? Where like, you know, this is normal dialogue. And it's like, it's very dry, you know? And this is how you, well, not exactly how you're supposed to write it in like a book, but very similar. But then this is dialogue in like a game, you know, often translated from Japanese to English. And there's a lot more pauses. And there's like, isn't it? Maybe. No, it's not that. You know, and it's kind of like, well, I like that actually, because this is written more like how a person would speak, you know. There'll be pauses, you know. There will be like, you know, like, You know, like Obama, Barack Obama. He's for some reason like known for saying, you know, or like what do you call those again? Like filler words, essentially. But like in real life, that's what you do. You don't really like pre-script every conversation that you do. I feel like, unless you're a psychopath. I don't know, but I don't know. But like, it's often comes like more natural when you know you like talk normally, essentially. And I feel like that kind of dialogue and like, you know, more focus on that and like, you know, the relationships between the characters, that's more interesting. Especially when it's toxic, you know, especially when it's not just people just being nice to each other, you know, and they're actually being assholes to each other. But anyway, I just went on a whole rant about like writing, you know. I guess it's very subjective too. It's kind of like, what do people even like when they write? Because that's the thing. Because I have horrible taste. Because I don't read books. You know, the reason I don't like books is I don't really read books. The only book I really remember, I don't remember all the details, but I remember like reading the whole way from beginning to end. I mean, besides like school stuff, like school textbooks, like non-fiction would be 1984. Literally 1984. Literally one day I just decided to read it. I don't know why. It wasn't even part of like a book report or anything. I just decided to read it because I went to like a bookstore. I was looking for manga initially, but I was like, oh, 1984. This looks interesting. It has like an eye on the cover. You know, that's cool. And I freaking read it. Anyway, but other than that, you know, I usually just read manga. So like that's what I prefer. You know, my preference is freaking manga. So like, I guess my taste doesn't really stand for anything. I have horrible taste actually. Also, what's this? Found myself at a station. Sort of fuzzy. Type commands on your keyboard. It's a freaking old school like, you know, like look sign, you know, or whatever. But like most of the things you type aren't real commands, so it doesn't really like, it feels like you do anything, but you can't actually, you know. What do you call those? Like, you know, old school, like, I won't say point and click, but it's not technically point and click, but you know, those old school adventure games where you can like type in commands essentially. Okay. Shrimp? What was that? A lobster? Shrimp? Boyfriend? Is that a filter, or is she actually dating a humanoid shrimp? I don't know. Anyway, I mean, this doesn't seem too interesting to me. I mean, I like the pixel art, you know, I like the pixely art, but like, other than that, it's not really something I would play, I feel like. It's just coming soon. I don't know, I'm just browsing. What is this event? Curated by Condo Factory. You know, there's actually a lot of sales events, I feel like, that don't always show up, actually. It kind of shows up if it's relevant to you. And I think this one's relevant to me because I play a lot of anime games. One bit art. I should play this. I guess I don't have this on Steam. How did I play this game again? I don't remember. Was it on Itch.io or something? I remember playing this. This is like one of the first games I've actually ever streamed on YouTube, actually. Or not YouTube, actually. Rather, on Twitch, but then I put it on YouTube. It was horrible because my microphone was really low volume and you couldn't hear me. I didn't know how to balance audio at the time. Like, it sucked. And like, commentary wasn't that great. But oh yeah, I think I remember playing this. I think it was like a fan translation or something. I don't know. Just before it was officially released on Steam, I played it. And Platform 8, Exit 8, same freaking loop game, which for some reason became viral at some point, but like it's not that interesting to me. I don't know. You just walk through the same hallway multiple times and you're like, oh, and if it's like slightly off, you have to go back. Oh, and then sometimes there's a monster. Wow, okay. I don't know. It's not that interesting to me. You know, you can frame anything as lame, you know, if you could like, if you just word it in a certain way, you know. I often do that. I often do frame things to me that are not interesting but like incredibly popular. I always frame it as a way as like not good because like I can just say like, oh, it's lame, basically. I mean, you can say that of anything, I guess. You can be like, oh, slop, game slop. This is just video game slop. Now what's this? Kind of reminds me of Needy Streamer Overload a little bit. Apparently it's a psychological horror adventure. Intervene in the stream. Oh, it's one of those games, I guess, where it's like, oh, you pretend it's like a live stream. VTuber live stream. Wow. There's a chainsaw? Why should I have a chainsaw? I don't know. I feel like the difference of Needy Streamer Overload, it was actually more of like a kind of like a, what do you call those? Tamagotchi, you know, in a way. It was kind of like a Tamagotchi game, except the Tamagotchi was an anime girl, an anime girl streamer. But this one, I don't know, it's a little bit different. I feel like this is more like, I mean, I played games like this before, like a demo anyway, where it's like, oh, you just pretend you're in the chat, and sometimes something happens on the stream, and you can send something, and it does something, I guess, and that's it. I feel like there's like limited interactivity, actually. I don't know. This is like a maybe. Not sure if I would play this. I mean, I like the way it looks, and I like the premise, so that's a horror game. But I wonder how deep it actually is. It just seems to be like, you know, not much you can actually do. Like, where's a game that features streamers, but like, I don't know. I'm trying to think there's a good way to like make it more interesting. I don't know, like, I don't know. I can't think of a good like premise actually. That's why I don't make games, I guess. I don't know. Like a streamer game, but like, well, it's kind of fucked up. I was gonna say like you like your whole goal is to like dox them or something. I don't know. Which I feel like it's something that people do in real life anyway. But like, you know, it's like this is, like it features a streamer, and then you have to find clues, you know, and you have to figure out like maybe you dox them for like a good reason, you know, or something. I don't know, like they're being haunted by a monster, and then you have to figure out where they live based on the clues, based on their other streams. I'd be like, oh yeah, I mean, I think it's been done before, but it's kind of like you look through stream archives or something, you know, and like, oh, the streamer's dead, right? Oh, okay, here's the premise. And maybe it's been done before, but like the premise is like there's a streamer, right? And then one day she stopped streaming, or she or he or whatever it is, and turns out they went missing, you know, or maybe they're dead, I don't know, either way. And you have to retroactively go back to their archives and kind of like dig in through all their content to figure out like how they went missing and how to find them, you know. And there's like this whole mystery, right? It's kind of like a mystery game, kind of like an investigative like mystery game, as if you're like a police detective or something like that. And then, you know, and probably some like narrative twists or whatever, but that would be the game, right? It'd be kind of like this weird, like kind of like, you know, I don't know what we call the genre, but the first thing I think of is Hypnospace Outlaw, which I'm a LARPer because I watch someone play this and I didn't play it myself, but it's similar, right? Where you go to like websites, you know, you go here, like this is like a different thing, but like, you know, it's kind of like a reminiscent of like old internet essentially. But kind of like that, you know, you kind of like explore these like little web pages, kind of like a fake internet. And then you have to find where, you know, the streamer went, and then you do that mainly by watching their content. So it's like a weird pseudo like streamer based internet, like fake internet mystery. That'd be kind of cool. It's probably done before though. I think it's probably done before, but I don't know. But like a VTuber, you know, that'd be different maybe. That would be interesting, you know. And then it's all about like basically doxing them, but like in a good way, right? It is to find out what happened to them, not be like a weird creepy stalker, which has probably been done before in real life. But anyway, and that's why I'm so paranoid. I mean, I feel like it's very unlikely, but I still take precautions anyway. That's why I don't have face cam, you know. I like to make sure I have a VPN, you know, and everything in the Netherlands. I don't want to be doxxed. That's you get killed, you know? Sometimes the thing is, the people that want to kill you are not maybe in a very like how do you say, like, the stereotype is that someone wants to kill you because they're obsessed with you or something, but like someone could also just kill you because they are crazy. You know, again, I remind of that guy who got so angry at like a Counter-Strike game that he went, you know, like, or rather like he kept getting like killed by a guy, or a player rather, in the game by being knifed. And so the guy was so angry that he doxed the other guy and like went to his house and stabbed him. You know, it could be like very just minor slights like that that can set people off to go on a whole revenge quest, you know? So like, that's why I'm so paranoid. You never know. Anyone that you meet on the streets can just decide that one day they just want to murder you, okay? That's how the human mind works. You can't trust anyone. But anyway, but it's been about half an hour, so like, let's continue playing Use of Life, because I like to just yap in the beginning for no reason. No, it's for a reason. It's because what other streamers do. You know, mainly it's what you do. You have to do it. It's also good practice. You know? Because when you like focus on the game, sometimes you want to talk about other things, but like you want to be focused on the game instead, so you end up not talking about it. And sometimes I just want to talk about something in the beginning instead. Also, what am I doing? Oh yeah, timestamp. I'm trying to do a timestamp. 34. 34. Where's my tabs? No, wrong tab. 34. Here, and then I'll just copy that, paste there, save there. Let's open the game. Oh yeah, there's a bunch of other games I wanted to check out. I'll mention that next time, I guess. I just want to talk about like games I was looking through to check out to see if I'm interested in playing. Because I do that every once in a while. So I figure out what I want to play on stream, you know? Inuchi no Sukaikata. Game start. Oh yeah. Close my water bottle. You know, like, prevent the same incident from happening like last time. I don't have a laptop next to me, but I do have, well, I do have like a power adapter next to me. Like, I'm too lazy to move it. Anyway. Alright, so we're returning to the Use of Life and our super duper revenge adventure to kill a dragon that killed all of our friends and family. And so last time, I guess we went through like a desert, I think, right? And it culminated into like a cool like one-on-one duel of like super buff panther lady that turns out she was a mother that had her daughter killed, and then she got really pissed off about that, and then she became a killing machine, similar to us actually. And turns out that's kind of like the trigger to like turning into like the blessed or whatever, you know, people that can like absorb resentment and spite to become stronger. Turns out, you know, after that battle, we fell into some kind of like, what's it called, like quicksand or something, that somehow, when you look up, there's a sky. I don't know if they ever explained that, but like, you know, walked around, there's the wolf guy again, we beat the shit out of him. He might come back, I don't know. And then we met the 10,000-year-old, like, femboy cat, basically. That turns out he was the one that made the curse, and the originator of the curse was from this ancient civilization that was fighting the dragon this whole time, you know, is what I remember from the lore, anyway, from the conversations. And like, you know, we need to gather power to defeat the dragon, because they decided one day, be like, oh, actually, an army can't defeat a dragon, but one guy could, you know, they just need to go Super Saiyan 2 so they can beat up the dragon. And they do that by absorbing all the, you know, negative feelings of all the dead, you know, into one body, I guess. And that's how I got, like, you know, that's how the curse got into the world. But anyway, with this ancient civilization, though, it's been so long that they all turned crazy, which I don't know is because of the curse or something else. So actually, I don't know if they explained that, actually. They all just turn into, like, Dark Souls hollows for some reason. And the only living being left with this is this 10,000-year-old immortal femboy cat, you know. And he's like, you know, before you fight the dragon, you need to kill the king. But before you kill the king, you gotta kill my 3 friends, you know. So far we killed his mentor, which is like the mage, like sage type character, which took a few tries. You know, that was wasn't very good. I guess now we're moving on to the workshop, which is, I imagine, like a big robot we need to beat up. So let's do that. I think, like, the very last scene was, like, looking through these little, like, schematics or workshop, whatever, and, you know, what's her face? What's her name again? I already forgot. Misha? Misha was, like, very excited because she's a nerd. She's like, wow, look at these bombs. Look at these giant cannons. Actually, I don't know if she mentioned the cannons. I mean, she just mentioned, like, generically, you know, like, stuff that's, like, very, you know, advanced looking. You know, it's the trope for like, for some reason, ancient civilizations are more advanced than the current iteration of the, you know, species. I mean, it's kind of like the Roman Empire. I mean, I guess in real life, it's often like the metaphor or the allegory is the Roman Empire, you know, in medieval times, where you compare it to, like, what they, like, established during the height of the empire. It was, like, a lot of really, like, technologically, like, advanced things that wasn't even available, you know, in medieval times. But anyway, let's continue on. Small room and path. Well, obviously, we're gonna check out the room with the rocks. What was this? Cannonballs, maybe? Hard to see, but they don't look like smooth cannonballs to me. They look more like rocks. But anyway. You enter the small room, which appears to be a storage room. It looks like they kept materials in here for all kinds of projects. Let's take some with us. Oh, okay, just free stuff. You know, the game sometimes frames, you know, the decision sometimes. So you go here or you can go there. The decision is yours. But actually, if you just go here, you just get free stuff. You know, this is not really a decision. You end up having to explore everything anyway. I don't know. You walk down the corridor to find a sturdy-looking door to the side, and you feel heat emanating from behind the door. This should be the door that will lead to the work floor. Oh, that sounds promising. If there's a work floor, there's equipment, and with that equipment, we might be able to make something with the materials we've got. But it feels really hot on the other side. It's been left like this for a long time, after all. I have no idea what it's like on the other side nowadays. What's over here? What a huge statue. It won't suddenly start moving, will it? Of course it won't. Although, you'll have to fight something that looks like this. Okay. You continue down the path to find a large door at the end. That door leads to the testing grounds of Eloy the engineer. The mechanical soldier Gargantua should be in there. Or Gargantua? How do you say that? Gargantua? Gargantua? Is Eloy the person who made the mechanical soldier? Is he in there too? Yep, he's the creator. And well, I guess you could say that he's also in there in a way. What's that supposed to mean? His body is long gone, and there's no way to talk to him anymore. And that's because he's the core of his greatest work, Gargantua. Oh. During our time, there were 2 geniuses who were said to have advanced society by hundreds of years. He's one of them. He was miles ahead of my other inventor. I used curses to turn resentment into power, and he took particular note of that. He started building golems that used resentment as fuel that would serve as dragon-slaying weapons. Can you really use resentment machines? No, at least not until Eloy tried. Output so great it can pierce the dragon's scales, armor so thick it can withstand a dragon's attacks. He actually succeeded in creating weapons that could stand a chance against dragons. And I suppose our opponent is one of those anti-dragon weapons. Exactly. But it needs the will of a human to properly utilize the power of resentment. You know, have you ever heard of a Gundam? Well, actually, it's not really Gundam. It's more like... I mean, I guess it's like... again, I'm a LARPer. I haven't watched the anime yet. I plan to, but like... Neon Genesis Evangelion, you know? The one of the things I know about it barely is that, you know, it's a mecha anime, but like it's like focused on the psychological aspects, and one of the aspects is that for some reason the mecha are powered by like, you know, the characters' like emotions or whatever. So it's kind of like that, I guess. Anyway. Which means it required a living person to become its core. And so he volunteered to be the first. Since he was the creator? I don't know about that. By then, most people had already started falling into madness. So I can't say for sure why he chose to become Gargantua's core himself. I think he also went crazy, you know? I feel like if we go in there... That's where we fight the giant robot. I guess we'll go here first. I was hesitant because they're like, oh, you know, there's heat behind doors. Usually that means fire. You know, whenever there's a fire, you have to check your door handles. And if it's hot to the touch, that means a fire behind it, and you probably shouldn't open it, you know? But I guess we will do that. Hello, Toro. Got showed into the mecha? Or do you mean got shoved into the mecha, I guess? Get in the mecha. Get in the robot, Shinji. You return to the door to the work floor. It's a sturdy-looking door made from metal. It's probably dangerous to touch this door with bare hands. You feel intense heat emanating from behind the door, and the door itself has surely been heated up from the inside. It's probably too hot to touch. Yeah, it might just cook my hand. What should we do? We definitely get burned if we try to touch it. You decide to? Oh, kick it down. Impossible. Nani? I can't even do it. It's just impossible. You're not strong enough, I guess. If only I was a Giga Chad. I could use cooling magic instead, which seems like the simplest solution. Just use all my mana, so I guess we'll just do that. Hey, could we cool down the door somehow? Even if we find a way to cool it down, it'll just get heated back up right away. Then why don't you use magic on your own hands? Wrapping your hands in cool magic should make the heat a lot more bearable. That makes sense. Let's try it out. Of course that makes sense. Of course it does. It's magic. You can do anything, I guess. You focus and channel ice magic to wrap around your forearms. Required intelligence 50. Well, I didn't say that. No, I think I have enough anyway, though. Turns out my character build, the Curse Blade, does require intelligence. So, like, you know, I feel like in a lot of, like, RPGs, because I often focus on melee, you know, like Souls games, I never level up my intelligence. So like in a lot of RPGs, I feel like, you know, because the role-playing aspect is often disconnected from the actual gameplay mechanics, but my characters often have very low intelligence, you know, and it's kind of like it doesn't affect the story, but it's always kind of like, you know, what if your character is just really dumb, you know, like, I feel like intelligence just would be useful just for like general knowledge, you know, instead of using it for magic, you know. I wish in RPGs intelligence wasn't connected to magic. I don't like magic, but I want my characters to be smart, you know. What if there's like a difference there, you know? I don't know. Anyway. Oh, good job. You got a knack for this. Thanks. I'm always a wizard, or well, it reminds me of was it Harry Potter? You're a wizard, Harry. But yeah, actually, I often don't play a wizard build. I don't like playing a wizard build, really. I don't know. But for this, at least for this playthrough, I like the idea of the Curse Blade. So I ended up, you know, doing like magic, like, you know, like what's the word? Like, I don't know what the word is. Adjacent, right? Magic adjacent. You know, I did like a magic adjacent build. But there was a separate build though. It's literally the mage class, which I did not pick. You know, I don't want to touch that. Ew, disgusting. Now that your hands are wrapped in cool magic, you reach out to touch the door. It seems that the heat of the door and the coolness of your magic are roughly equal. The door feels slightly warm to the touch. And then you skillfully utilize ice magic to open the door. Great. Level up! It was so hot. You step into the room and get blasted by sweltering hot air blowing from the inside. You know, you're getting a lot of mileage out of that pose, you know, of like her dying from heat, I guess. What is even causing this heat? Well, good thing I'm smart. I'm smart. S-M-R-T. A slime, maybe. You've heard that some slimes can change places they've grown fond of into completely different environments that they're more comfortable in. But I don't see anything suspicious in this room. We should keep an eye out for it, though. Slime, you say? Well, it seems like there's like mini volcanoes in this room. The second you take another step into the work floor, gosh, above you! Something really, really hot falls down from right above you, of course. As if. But since you already knew what would happen, you react quickly and dodge the attack. The enemy's attack doesn't touch you, but hot goop splashes around it, leaving faint burn marks in the floor. What the? A giant red slime had been clinging to the ceiling. You don't imagine being crushed under his huge red-hot body. Slime? Why does it have, like, armor? When I think of slimes, I don't think of armor. It looks like something started living here while it was left abandoned. So this is the source of the heat. The giant red slime has made the work floor its nest. It doesn't seem fond of trespassers. Here it comes. And it lunges straight at you. You must fight. Now how do I defeat fire? You know, I don't have ice spells necessarily, so I don't know, we just fight, I guess. Slimes are often immune to like, how do you say? They're immune to physical damage, however. So I don't know how helpful my sword is. Though my sword, does it do poison? I don't remember. I actually don't know if it does poison or not. Oh, whatever. Let's just sheath, the Ice Slash, Bloody Fang. The same move I do every single time. Yeah, it does do poison. So that's what we'll do, I guess. We'll just do a bunch of poison. Ow. Bunch of on guard. I was gonna say, like, I could probably I want to use my super move. Was it my which one was it? You know, there's that move where you essentially parry. I remember I unlocked last time. I think, yeah, it was this one, Execution Blade. So every time like I just guard, you know, perfect guard basically, I inflict poison on the enemy, which seems very useful, especially in this context. However, you can't guard unblockables though, which is like the red ones. So, might not be useful right now. Bloody Fang. I don't know. I want to save my CP though. Let's do... I don't know, Poison Bite. Poison Bite. Perfect. Phew, why they shoot lasers? That's crazy. Poison, poison, poison. Man, I need more CP. I need more CP. You know what? I was thinking of using a will carrot, but I mean, for one, it makes you vulnerable because it's red. Red means like after you use it, you're vulnerable. And also, it's not worth it. I feel like I only have 2 carrots, you know. I can use an ice orb though. Why not? I could use this. I never used all these orbs ever. I have 3 of these, so I might as well use it. Bloody Fang. Poison Bite. 200 damage. Great. It's not that much. Okay, I got 10. Not the best time to use it though. I feel like, because I can't really guard the flame pillar. I can guard the heat rain absorb. I want to wait until he, into the slime, actually does 3 attacks that I can guard. But like, it's annoying because I have to like wait. Let's use, I don't know, Sword of Life. Sword of Life. Bloody Fang. It's gonna like use all my health. Hopefully I healed from some of it. Because of my passive healing. Ah, man. You're still gonna do a flame pillar, which I don't like. Can't you just do moves that I can block? You know? Just do moves I can block, bro. Come on. I'm gonna absorb. Oh, that did a lot of damage. I don't know his last move. You know what? Execution Blade. Mirage Miss? Or actually, what should I use? This or? Yeah, whatever. I'll just do this. Yeah. I think this is correct. So what I want to do, so I don't want to dodge, I want to guard this time. Hopefully get a just guard, you know? Because that's how I activate my super move. Boom. Damn it, I missed. Okay, what's this next move? I don't know. I don't know what this next move is. Okay, got it. Man, I feel like it wasn't enough though. That wasn't worth it, I feel like. Well, whatever. Okay, he's gonna go to a triple fire. What the heck? Let's do Binding Fang. Let's do attack boost. How much damage did the Sword of Life do? I don't know. I'm gonna do that. So I do new magic, you know? Magic is what actually does damage. And poison. Poison is not doing that much, I feel like. I don't know. I feel like, yeah, just doing Sword of Life, you know? I gotta do magic, basically. Tremble. Stop trembling. Pew! That's just the same animation, but red. I feel like, because there's other animations like that, but it's blue? No, from the blue slime, maybe? I don't know. Ultimate attack. I feel like if I do a lepery blade, it's not going to do much damage. But I'm going to do it anyways, just to see how much damage it does. You know? I just want to see. Okay, 50 damage, that's not a lot. I thought it was going to hit like multiple times or something. Sword of Life it is. Guess I'll just have to use magic. I sheath my sword, and I use Sword of Life, and I use Sword of Life. I use Magic Missile. Good old Magic Missile. Okay, well there you go. Now what can we do here? Because we got a lot of like materials that we got, like enhancer, pyronite, whatever. So I wonder what we can make from it. And let's level up as well. Let's level up a little bit of speed. A little bit of strength. Just to have it, you know? Is any of this equipment usable? Yep, it's in better condition than I expected. I should be able to make some stuff here. Here, you can ask Misha to make items or special accessories. This requires materials. Okay, so we can make eruption orb, glacial orb, explosive ammo, which is like just usables. We can make status effects, toxic bottle, riving vines. I imagine toxic probably does poison, riving probably does paralysis. Or make like a cool accessory. An accessory that reuses your boost gauge charge speed. Uses the damaged core as a base. Well, I kind of want to use this. Can I make this? Could we make something of this? I don't know. It looks pretty finicky. But hey, I'll see what I can do. Just give me a moment. I got the booster. Can I make it again? Like, what happens if I make it again? Is there a reason to make it again? I don't know. I'm not sure how this works exactly. But I got the booster. The booster. More HP. And more boost gauge speed. Bracelet that brings out the wearer's hidden potential, but tires them as well. It makes them very tired. I guess it's worth it. Makes me not as smart anymore if I take out that ring. I like the ruler's ring though. All +2. I don't know. I don't know which one's worth it. It gives one more HP though, which I like. Boost gauge speed. Boost. I'm the boost. Again, I don't know if there's a reason to make another one. Can we make another one? I don't think we can, right? Because it requires a damaged core, and we use the damaged core, so I guess there's no reason to do it. Now, should I use all my materials to make stuff? I don't know. Oh, let's make status effects items. So this requires poison vines, enhancer, and this requires poison vines and moss. Paralyze versus poison. It's offense items, of course. Eruption orb, glacial orb, explosive ammo. Ignores enemy defense and deals damage. Could be useful. I'll make one of those. You bet! Status effect. I'll make a poison. And I'll make a writhing vines. Make one of each. I don't find use for the... I feel like I don't find use for the orbs though. To do like fire or ice damage. I'm like, okay, well I might as well just hit them, you know? With my sword. It's probably faster. Okay. Let's see here. Should I heal? I probably should heal. I also don't like to use items. I hate using items, but fine. I'll use a mana berry. The door before you looks very sturdy. It's very thick, but it doesn't seem to be locked. Alright. I think it's best to assume that you won't be coming back this way until you defeat Gargantua. So if you're gonna fight it, then you should be fully prepared. Got it. You... Ask for a strategy! Did you say it has armor that can withstand a dragon's attacks? That sounds really annoying to fight against. The regular attacks would just bounce right off it. They also said that even dragon breath, or not even dragon breath, can break the armor. It can react to intense heat or cold in its surroundings and temporarily change the resistance immediately in response. I really want to know how that works. Does it have any weaknesses then? Does it? Oh, but I think he said that when it became strong against one thing, it would become weak against the other. But this is totally outside my field, so I don't really understand it. Is that so? But there should be all kinds of gadgets and devices and stuff inside the testing grounds, so maybe you could use them to your advantage. Well, I imagine the explosive ammo could be useful, so let me just make one of those real quick. If I can. Because this apparently ignores enemy defense, so like, I imagine that could be useful, unless somehow it also is resistant to that, somehow. Not sure. I also don't know how many retries I have. I lost a lot of them fighting the mage, or the sage rather, so I should probably head back at some point and you know, rest at that resting point, save my game, you know, so if I die I don't like have to reset the entire chapter. But let's see. I'm fully prepared. I spelled fully wrong, but anyway, I'm fully prepared. Let's go. You place your hands under the door and start to push. It's quite heavy. You're struggling even with your super strength, your 44 strength. The door opens slowly, little by little. The door looks really heavy. Yeah, because it's the testing grounds. You wouldn't want to destroy your surroundings whenever something explodes, would you? Which means dangerous explosions are something we should be expecting, huh? You listen to Misha and Sue chat idly as you slowly but surely push the door open. Dark Souls style, you know, giant door opening. And fight the thing. Oh boy. Clank. Clankers. You enter the door, or rather, you enter the room and hear the sound of something approaching from afar. A figure emerges. It's this guy, big hands. A golem with gigantic arms. So that's Gargantua. Gargantua doesn't utter a single word. It doesn't have a speech function to begin with. It only silently spelled wrong, registers you as a threat and starts to attack. Oh boy. How do I deal with this? I don't know. I guess I'll sheath first, and then EI slash, and then Sword of Life? I have to like switch up my attacks somehow? First use physical, then use magic? I don't know. Forehead flick. Don't flick my forehead. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. So far, not great. What do I don't know what to do. There's bloody fang. Then I use absorb. Ow. Not what? Huh. That sucks. I can't get my health back, you know? Because I can't do any damage. There's a heal herb, but it's gonna make me vulnerable, unfortunately. I have to. I'm gonna use the barrier device. I haven't used it in a while. I haven't really used it, so. Remove hand? Oh, because he's doing the arm cannon. Damn it, this isn't going anywhere. Oh, okay, that was a fake fight? What? I use my items, of course. Freaking RPGs that make you do like a fight that you can't actually win. And then you end up using like 5 elixirs, and it turns out it wasn't a real fight, so you just end up using up your elixirs for no reason. Gargantua was even tougher than you imagined, and you're struggling to even leave a scratch. Amidst the fight, Gargantua's body starts to glow. Eventually, it assumes a stance, as if it's charging something inside its body. The light from Gargantua's body starts to glow several times brighter. All of your fur stands on end. You can practically hear the alarms in your mind. This is bad. The light is suddenly absorbed back into Gargantua's body in an instant. Gosh, over here! Misha's voice rings out from the room next door. Fearing the worst, you book it to the other room. In that split second, a blast of energy fills the room, and the entire room vibrates from the shock of the attack. If I'd taken that attack, I'd be done for. Looks like we'll have a hard time fighting in the same room for too long. You can only fight Gargantua 3 turns at a time. What? Okay. It's like a raid boss or something? Not only raid boss, more like, well, it's like a monster hunter type monster, you know? You know, a monster hunter, you fight the monster, sometimes they run away and to chase it. Its remaining HP we carried over between events. Okay. Is it like a time limit? Like, how does this work? Also, what's this room? I don't understand. Allows me to heal though, at least. So, hold on. I can at least heal. Might as well. Take a quick break and eat my herbs. You won from Gargantua's attack and find yourself in a room with blue flooring. Gargantua stays in the previous room, unable to move from recoil. This room is really cold for some reason. Is it because of this orb? You find a single blue orb floating in midair. It seems to be lowering the temperature of the room. That must be the device used to create intense coldness. You use it by channeling mana into it and it'll create cold magic equivalent to how much mana you channeled into it. But you have to wait for a while before using it a second time. Cold, huh? Clank, clank. Where you were talking, Gargantua had to reactivate it. It's coming your way. Also, how does it do a clank clank sound when it doesn't have legs? I'm assuming it floats. I guess maybe moving in general causes clank sounds. You know, like kind of like full plate armor. We can't let the fight drag on like this. Let's see what this orb can do. You put a hand on the orb and channel your mana. Immediately, the orb expels a blast of cold air, lowering the temperature of the room even further. Brr! I could probably use this offensively if I adjust the direction and output. You channel even more mana into the orb and direct it at the approaching Gargantua. 4,000 damage! Having suffered a great hit, Gargantua stops. But then... what now? Gargantua cloaked itself in cold air as well. It destroys the icicle with a sweep of its arm and starts to approach you again. Looks like cold attacks won't work on it anymore. Gargantua finally reaches you and it's time to fight it again. Well, I mean, that's fine. I can't really use cold magic anyway. So I don't know. I feel like I guess we just have to survive. Objective, survive. 4,000 damage. Look at this HP bar. 4,000 damage? And it did nothing. What do you mean? I don't know. I feel like we just need to stall. Let's use, I don't know. Let's use Mirage Miss. Now, this is a mecha. Kinda is. How do you enter the mecha, though? You know, it kind of... well, I guess size is relative. We can't really tell. If this was like a true mecha, it would be like, you only see its foot or something, you know? It's more like a, you know, slightly above average, like, power armor. That's what it looks like to me. Anyway, I don't know. I guess we just try to, like, live, you know? Because I feel like trying to do damage on it does nothing for us. Ow. Of course it's gonna charge. I have a sword. Well, I tried using the sword. It didn't really work that well. I can keep trying. I can also use my other items. I was wondering, like explosive ammo and everything, but I don't know if it would do enough damage. If I use a flame orb, would that work? I don't know. Flash orb. Let me see. Let's use some more magic. Let's use Cursed Briars. Let's try using our items. Let's use a flame orb. Just test the waters here, you know? And I don't know, EI slash. Flame orb. 260. That's not a lot. Oh, that is something actually. I did more than I thought. Before I was doing like 50 damage or something, you know? It wasn't a lot. But now we're doing a little bit more. I guess maybe it gets weaker the more we do damage towards it, maybe. In the actual story. Well, let's do that. Guard. Perfect. And when doing damage, it's just HP bar is like not moving. You know, it's like it's barely budging an inch. After fighting Gargantua for a while, it starts to glow brighter again. It's that attack again. It's doing the freaking Kamehameha. Gosh, over here! The attack is very powerful, but luckily it's easy to avoid. You swiftly move to the next room and wait until the fierce attack subsides. Once this attack subsides, Gargantua reverts to his original state. Looks like his resistance change only lasted for one battle. Good thing this device seems to be working really well for us. It's pretty effective, but you have to wait before you can use it again. If you want to use the same thing twice, you have to wait at least 3 battles. 3 battles? You know, wait, how do you know that? How do you like time it like that? 3 battles. Got it. Let's put it to good use. Okay, so now we can go here or here. I mean, it's aiming this way though, so I feel like, well, does it matter? I'm not sure, but like, I feel like I should go here and then left and then up. Then we can like use the cannon, you know, because if we go this way, it's the cannon is not aiming the right way. I don't know if that matters, but like, seems to me it would. So let's go in here instead. And, well, let's use a healing item as well. Gonna buy more healing. Oh boy. You enter a room overgrown with vines. That's a lot of vines. It's really hard to move in here. You find yourself almost tripping over the vines. They're so deeply entangled in each other that you can't rip them apart no matter how hard you try. I wonder if it causes a debuff to us though. Nah, that's not good. Or maybe you can use this to our advantage. There you... Oh man, I don't have enough riving vines. I don't have enough riving vines. Can I go back? Oh, I can't. I was like, oh, can I just go real quick, craft more riving vines? I cannot. This option cannot be selected twice in a row. I don't know what that means. It's a way in fine, but like, I wonder if that, again, causes a debuff. I'm gonna keep going. We can't really use this room for anything, so... let's not fight in here. Let's already move to the next room. On it, boss! Whee! Go over here. You enter a room with red flooring. Several red orbs float in midair. Ah, it's so hot in here. It's the complete opposite from the blue room. But that means these orbs should also be. The attack of heat magic. There you... use the device. And don't use cutting tactics. I'll use the device. You place your hands onto the orbs and wait patiently. Soon after, Gargantua enters the room. Over here, you piece of junkyard scrap. You taunt Gargantua to grab his attention. Hearing your shout, it charges straight towards you. Just a little closer. There! You invite Gargantua into the range of the device and channel mana into the orbs. All 4 of the orbs immediately grow bright red. Also, I'm reminded again of that image of, like, you know, how Japanese dialogue is translated into English. I mean, this is quite literally what it is. You know, when he says there, you know, that's so anime. Because in Japanese, I can't remember what would the character say. He'd be like sore. Oh no, he doesn't say sore. What would the character usually say in like anime when it's like the equivalent of like there? Does he say sore? Like sore, you know? Maybe, I don't know. I don't remember. Soto. I don't know. Soka. No, that's not it. What's the equivalent? I mean, I guess it would be sore. Anyway. 4,000 damage, which is actually not a lot in the grand scheme of things. A vortex of fire is formed in the center of the orb, stopping Gargantua in its tracks. The flames sear Gargantua's body, but then it becomes even hotter by the moment. The heat threatens to burn your fur if you stand too close. Looks like it's gotten used to the heat. After a brief moment of silence, Gargantua starts moving once more and attacks while still red hot. Sore! Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to think of like, you know, in like Japanese games when the character like attacks and they do like a like, you know, attack cries, I guess. Take that, you know. It's like I remember in Kingdom Hearts, you know, Sora would often say, "Take that," you know, "Take this. This is it," you know. I remember. But like that, I imagine it's because it's translated from the Japanese version, right? Sore, sore, you know. Do they say it like that? I don't know. Owari da, you know. Owari da. Anyway, alert? Who's alerting? I don't know. I'm a sheep. I'm gonna EI slash. I'm gonna bloody fang. Uh-oh. Ow. 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 Okay. Bum, 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 bum. Don't flash me. That's illegal. Triple fire. Ow. Damn it. That's not good. Hold on. Well, I have to really focus. Okay. Let's see here. Fire flick. Next a fire flick. I'm hoping... Okay, let's see. I'm hoping absorb will absorb enough damage to actually let me heal, maybe? I don't know. I don't know if it's enough to heal. I might have to heal again here. Like so. And then... Sure, a little water flow. Now, fire flick, is that like... down? Yeah. Oh. Okay, good. You know. After fighting Gargantua for a while, it starts to glow brighter again. It's that attack again. Over here! And we move on. That's it. Let's see. So go left or go up? Well, I was planning on going up so I can like trick it into getting shot by this giant cannon, basically. That was the whole plan, really. Oh yeah, I keep thinking I use this jelly. Because you might always use the jelly instead of the mana berry. I have this Monstake as well, but it's like 100% healing. I don't know. I don't know if I should save it. Anyway, go here. You enter the next room and find a giant weapon in the center. Hey, I saw this earlier. It was in the papers I just read. The paper said it was a powerful weapon. Do you think we could use it? Yeah, I think so. It's just that loading it takes too long. If we're gonna use it, we'll have to come back later. Aw, man, that's how that works? I didn't realize. I'm gonna load the goddamn cannon. That's fine by me. Prepare the cannon. Roger that. You watch Misha load the cannon from the corner of your eye as you turn to face Gargantua. Now then, it's my turn to buy some time. Okay. Time to sheath. And time to use, you know, I kind of want to like try using Execution Blade. I don't know how useful that would be. You know, in terms of like poisoning. Well, I don't know. For now, I don't know. Poison Bite. Poison Bite. This is like an endurance fight, you know? Thunder Wave. Don't Thunder Wave me. Was that even a Thunder Wave? That looked like a web. Uh-oh, he's gonna remove his hand now? In that case, I'll probably buff, make sure I live, maybe? Bloody Fang. Sword of Life. Okay, how do I dodge this again? I don't remember. He does like a big cannon attack, right? Ow. I missed. What? He's gonna do all, like, unblockables? Crazy. I was gonna use my Execution Blade, but I can't now. Dizzy Shock. I'm gonna shock you. Get shocked. Oh, it didn't work. Damn it. Fly swatter. Don't fly swat me. After fighting Gargantua for a while, it starts to go brighter again. And here we go, and then he misses. Now we have to go over here. Gosh, this is gonna take a long while. I'm using out my healing as well. Not great. Okay, well, let's just go. Well, I've seen this thing before. It's used for Gargantua's endurance tests. Endurance tests? If Gargantua gets overloaded, it becomes powerless for a while. It recovers pretty quickly, but this device was used to test that. That sounds useful. Yeah, but this one's hard to control, so you should be careful. If you're not an experienced mage, it might not activate at all. And I've heard that people have gotten injured from making it explode by accident. That sounds dangerous. It should be effective if used properly, but it comes with a high risk. There you... use the device. Hold on. Let me equip my brain boosting thing real quick. Where's my brain boosting thing? Brain power. Brain power ring. Yeah. Let's go. So channel mana into the orbs. This is pretty hard. The magic bounces rapidly between the 4 orbs as it amplifies in power. If you don't control it properly, it would easily explode on you. And so when Gargantua enters the room, you channel a large amount of mana into the orbs. And then, boom, 89. A giant electric cage appears in the middle of the room, trapping Gargantua in. The magic continues to bounce among the orbs, which puts a tremendous strain on the armor you're using to channel your mana. Ugh. You struggle but hold your ground. Will you lose control of the device first, or will it overload Gargantua first? Your patience and endurance pays off. Yes! The device causes an overflow in Gargantua's system, and the light fades from its body. Its attack that can pierce dragon scale and its armor that can withstand dragon breath have been rendered powerless. Now's my chance. You seize your window of opportunity and swiftly attack Gargantua. Okay? It's still attacked though, you know, like it's still like moving. I was hoping it would just stand there paralyzed, but no. I thought I could like, you know? Like a punching bag. But no, not that easy. In that case, I'll just simply EI slash Bloody Fang. Maintenance. I guess in a way it is stun sometimes, when it's doing the maintenance thing. Let's see. Bang, slash, slash. I'm just gonna slash to get more CP. Poison's doing a lot, which is good. And I'm gonna try to use Absorb. Get some healing as well, hopefully. I'm hoping it does more damage because it's weak at the moment. There you go. Ah, delicious HP. Give me that HP. After fighting Gargantua for a while, it starts to glow brighter again. Okay, this is the thing again. There's a Kamehameha every single time. It's kind of like the same thing over and over again. What's in this room? I don't know. I kind of want to go back to the cannon, but well, I'm curious about this room, so. You enter a room filled with all sorts of materials. I don't see anything special about this room. Looks like this room was used more for storage than for any type of testing. Hey, there's so much stuff in here. Do you think we could hide for a while? If we throw out Gargantua, we might even be able to take a break. If you hide among the materials, you might have time to treat your wounds and rest. But if you get found, you'll be caught in a literal tight spot instead. There you... So we can hide. Keep going. Let's get ready first, because I want to use... For one, I want to use... Black Jelly. I also want to unequip my Brain Power Ring, because I don't need it right now. Put a Booster Ring back on, I guess. Does that increase my HP or decrease? No, it does increase. Because it said like in the description it says like it tires them as well, which makes me think there's a downside, but there's no downside according to the stats, so I don't know. Like you'd think it would like decrease your HP, not increase. But anyway. I mean, hiding... Well, we don't need to hide is the thing. Because my HP and MP are already pretty high anyway. I feel like we don't need to hide. So, I don't know. You know what? We just don't need to, you know? It's like, boom, it shoots the Kamehameha, go in here, like, oh, there's no cheer. We just run back and then go here. You know, we just backtracking. Really. So, like, I feel like we just go back here. In that case. Because I feel like that room is not useful for me right now. You arrive back in the room with the cannon, and we use the goddamn cannon. Misha, can we use a cannon now? Absolutely. I'll lead him into the firing range. I'm counting on you. Got it. Leave it to me. You step back from the center of the room and stand in the way for Gargantua. And when Gargantua finds you and tries to attack, fire! The cannon lets a thunderous noise as it fires the cannonball, which seems to have been infused with some kind of power as well. 12,000 damage! The shot destroys Gargantua's armor and knocks into a different room. Alright. Sensing danger, Gargantua moves to yet another room to avoid being in firing range of the cannon. That was really effective. Can you do it again? Nah, I don't think so. The cannon broke from the impact of that shot. what a shitty cannon. Only use it one time. Oh well. I guess it was an old cannon. It did look like it was a prototype after all. Or after all. Okay. Well, I guess that's all we could do with it. We should probably fight somewhere else from now on then. Okay. We have a choice of electric, red, or blue. I feel like this room's great as long as I pass the check, you know. Okay, fine. I'll put on the brain power ring again. You know what? I'll just do this room again. This seems the most useful. Oh, it's not usable yet. Never mind. I can't use it. I can't just go back and use it again. Never mind. Right, because there's like a cooldown on it. In that case, we'll go back here, I guess. Should be usable again. It's funny. It's like a little mini game as well. You know, figure out like the best path to go back to each device so you can use the cooldown, or rather to use it when it's off cooldown. Rather, take this. All right, how much HP? It's kind of low. I don't know if I can take. I don't know if I can like finish it off right now though. Actually, let me sheath again, rather. Get out of here, you lariat. What are you, like... the wrestler guy from Street Fighter? What's his name? He's like Russian? Zangief. What are you, Zangief? I was trying to remember the name. Ow. 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 I keep getting grazed, damn it. Well, I'm gonna do Mirage Miss, because I'm scared. I use Bloody Fang, and then I use... No, I need a heal. I'm scared, I need a heal. Oh! Oh help, I'm blind. Wait. I'm blind? Down, I think. I was just guessing. If you're blind, you don't see where the direction is coming from. You don't even see the freaking QTE meter. I was just guessing. I was like, Lariat, that's down. You never memorized the goddamn move. That's actually very scary. Okay. So we can't use that again. Let's heal. I ran out of like normal healing herbs. I'll use my healing herb plus. Crazy. I don't want to fight in here though, because like, again, I don't get debuffed. So I guess we'll just go back to this room, even though we can't use the cannon anymore. We'll just fight it normally. Honor duel. Whoa, that was fast. Not a lot of damage though, is the problem. Ow, stop doing that. Oh, we're paralyzed, that's bad. Oh, what the heck? Good thing I can revive, because this is a long fight, by the way. If I lose now, it's gonna take forever to do this whole fight all over again. I don't know. Let's just survive. Okay. Well, I'll probably just do this again. Brain power, please. Can I use this now? I want to use this now. Okay. Hopefully I don't roll bad. Imagine if I fail this. Okay, and I do it again. This is what really matters. Imagine if I get critical success though. What? You kidding me? Wait, no. You fail to control the bouncing magic, it backs up and almost rushes back to your arm. When you manage to cut off the flow of magic and jump out of the way, without a second to spare. I messed up. Although you managed to prevent an explosion, you failed to do any damage to Gargantua. You have to keep fighting as is. Damn it! You actually did fail. You kidding me? Are you shitting me? Bro? Are you shitting me? How do I dodge a arm cannon again? I don't remember. Left. Okay, it was left. Pressed the wrong thing last time because I didn't see what you're supposed to press. I think. Or what did I don't remember actually. I don't know, I just do some damage, I guess. Now the revival thing though, I wonder, because technically it's a different battle, I wonder if the revival thing resets. So I still have a chance to revive even if I get, you know, killed in a fight, technically. I wonder how that works. Busy Shock. Cursed Briars. I'll just do that. Get paralyzed, idiot. Don't flash me. I did get blinded, but like, it didn't matter. The fight was already over. Okay, I wonder if I should rest now. Now, if I fail the rest, that would suck. But like, if I use an item, it would defeat the purpose. Well, we'll try it. It says easy, right? Let's hide. If we do get caught, we'll just deal with it when it happens. You find a nice spot among the materials and hide. Moments later, Gargantua enters the room. It looks around the room trying to find you among the junk. It stops in front of a certain pile of materials and lifts a giant arm. Please don't fail. Okay, good. which then smashes the materials to pieces, and it lands in a spot right next to yours. That was close. Gargantua continues to search for a while, but eventually gives up and leaves. It almost got us here. Got us there, rather. And now we take a nap. Take a 15-minute power nap. Real quick. 25%? That wasn't worth it. That was terrifying, but you managed to stay hidden. You try to calm down and rest for a while. You know, I wonder if we get a... Because sometimes you get critical successes. You get a critical success, like, I wonder, it heals more, I guess, somehow? Or maybe not. Maybe you just find, like, an extra item or something. I feel like that wasn't worth it, though. You know, it's like... I'll have to use my item anyway, because I'm, like, half health. That's still not good enough. Oh, whatever. There's so much items for this fight. Okay. Actually, I want to switch again. I want to switch my... I gotta switch my items again. I'd rather take the booster. Now, hopefully when we use this attack, now we can use more damage. Because, you know, something they didn't really explain is, like, when you use the devices is when they're more vulnerable. Because if you fight the Gargantua normally without any, like, modifiers, they have, like, 9 million defense, it seems like. So you have to, like, attack with one of these devices first, then you can do damage. It seems like. There! Pew 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 pew! Now it's red. Now that means I'm gonna frickin' attack it. Ow. Ow. Oh my god. What? How did that kill me? How did that freaking kill me? What the heck? I'm gonna absorb, hopefully that does some damage. I don't know. I might have heal too. Oh, just to be safe, I'm also gonna heal. Yeah, that's not enough. I'm still not doing enough damage though. Before I was doing a lot of damage, I realized. I was doing more damage, but now it's still not doing enough damage. I don't know. I don't know how this works. Maybe I need to debuff them first. So debuff, and then do some kind of attack that does more damage. Because I don't know, at some point I was doing, at least I felt like more damage. At least respectable damage. Man, this sucks. You know, this sucks. Heal again. We're gonna keep going. We're gonna skip this one. And then we're gonna do the blue orb again. Come on, look at his HP. It's like a tiny pixel. It's gotta die now, right? I'm gonna like buff up though, so I don't die. I already died like technically 2 times. I didn't like die, but like I almost could have like lost there actually, because the revival is 75% chance, at least on normal mode. You're not guaranteed an extra life. You could actually just die, you know? And this fight is so long. Anyway, but I did win. There you go. I don't know why it's like, I guess when it's like hit with the flames, it still has high defense. But when it's hit with the ice, it actually loses defense. I don't know how that works. Maybe like the flame one is like, you'll do more damage with magic instead? I don't know, it's confusing. The mechanics are interesting, it's just like not clear, you know, when it's like weak to a specific thing. I mean, besides the elements, I guess, like when it's on fire, I guess you should be using cold, but like I don't have that built, you know, so... Anyway. Also, hello, Miuren, by the way. I'm playing The Use of Life, you know, it's the 4th part. I don't know if you've been following, but it's an interesting little RPG where it's kind of similar to like a lot of CRPGs. You're gonna make a bunch of choices and stuff, and I don't know, I like it. Overall. Also beat up a giant robot with giant hands. Your attacks make cracks in Gargantua's armor. Not even Gargantua can withstand your fierce attacks. It staggers, leaving itself wide open. Gosh, right there! You follow Misha's finger and see a core peeking out from the cracks in the armor. Gargantua's life source beats rhythmically like a human heart. I see it. You sprint up the side of Gargantua's large body. It attempts to swat you off with a giant hand. But it's too slow to even touch you. Despite Gargantua's efforts, you reach the exposed core. This ends here. You grip your sword tightly with both hands and swing with all your might, piercing Gargantua's core as if you're thrusting your sword into the ground. Now I absorb the freaking resentment. At that moment, a large wave of resentment spills up from the cracks of the destroyed core, swallowing you up in the dark turret. Ooh, did my stats go up? The resentment that had been powering Gargantua enters your body all at once. I guess why that... Oh yeah, that happened with the Sage as well, right? Like last time. At the same time, the memories of Eloy the Engineer, who had become the core itself, flow into your mind. You know, this kind of reminds me of Nine Souls. Like every time you defeat like a major boss, which isn't the case in this game, is just sometimes. Like recently they've been doing that with the freaking, buff panther lady, you know, in the last time I streamed this. Like when you absorb the, you know, the resentment, you also get the memories, you get the backstory, you get the tragic backstory. When I was a young boy. No, what's that freaking song? People keep like making memes about it. When I was a young boy, all the big shots were either really well built or could use magic as well. Hey, out of my way, nerd! You got a freaking nerd! What are you doing? What are you doing with gunplay? You know, all you do is buy complicated gunplay sets to make your little Gundams. No, I've always been thin and small, and bigger kids always used to make fun of me for it. I was never strong enough to fight back, even when they hit me. Wow, you can't even do this? A baby could do better than you! I don't have much mana, was never talented in magic, which meant I couldn't become a mage either. All I could really do was like, use my magic to, you know, repair machines or whatever, you know, because my name is Emiyashiro. No, but then one day, I do like a whole thing. I go like, I am the bone in my sword. Well, I'm pretty dexterous, but that barely meant anything. I was pretty useless to everyone, and every day felt like a living hell. That's what I thought when I was 12, but that's also when I first met the king. Hey, what do you think you're doing? He was a prince running to my aid when I was being beaten up by school bullies. Although he was 2 years my junior, he had the highest score in the school. To be honest, I found him really annoying. I didn't talk to him much at that point, but I hated him. Why do you just let him hit you like that? Why didn't you fight back? The king asked me that as if it was some puzzling mystery. The answer should have been obvious. I was weak and useless and didn't even know magic. Oh, I see. Then you're just like me. Are you making fun of me? You're good at both magic and fighting. I got so angry I yelled at him despite knowing it was a bad idea to say that to a prince. But his face fell and he frowned at me bitterly. My best friend is huge and strong. I honestly don't think I could ever beat him in combat. My tutor is crazy about magic. I can't dream of ever catching up to her when it comes to being a mage. When I grow up, I'll be king. I have to rule over the best talent in the kingdom, and even though I can't imagine never surpassing them in their fields. Even those at the top have their own worries, it seemed, but it was all stuff I could only wish to worry about. Still annoying. You know, still annoying. Well, what's with this privileged, noble ass telling me about how bad their life is? No. But I did find myself liking him a little more when he wrung out his words in a pathetic whisper. I have to find something else. Something unique. Something that makes me worthwhile. Do you have any other talents? Anything that isn't fighting or magic? If I had to say something, I would say I'm good at tinkering. I showed him a puzzle box I made as I said so, and the prince's face lit up. Really? That's amazing. Hey, I'm thinking of making something like this. After that, the prince started to come to me with crafting requests. We bounced ideas off each other and made all sorts of things. I wasn't born of a strong body or powerful magic. I'd be lying if I said I had never wanted either of those things. But defeating people more fortunate than me with the hand I was dealt was really satisfying. You know, I love to beat the shit out of people who think they're all that. You could almost say it was addictive. As always, the king is annoying, especially to a gloomy guy like me. It's all thanks to him that I could even come so far. Okay. That it wasn't exactly sympathetic, you know, because at the end, because the moral of the story there was actually, like, despite not being strong or, like, using magic, Eloy, the engineer, simply, like, you know, defeating people that are, like, who think they're, like, better than him, I guess, you know, I don't know, like, I don't know what you call that, but, like an internet troll or something, you know, I don't know. I heard that Eloy the engineer was revolutionary for our time. With his inventions, he managed to end a war that had been going on for a decade within the span of a few months. There have been many skilled people before Eloy, of course, but his inventions have greatly increased the power of the unskilled. It's only because of him that our kingdom could expand so rapidly and efficiently. After the grueling battle against Gargantua, you've destroyed its body and core. You find something useful among its remnants. Remnants? No, its remains, rather. It's... oh, you can choose. You can choose heavy armor, which sucks, by the way. Heavy armor, I feel like, is not very good in this game. It gives you more physical resistance, I guess, but, like, that's not usually what kills you, you know? Really high defense. Yeah, I guess I'd rather take the sword. I guess I'll just take the sword. I got Course Cannon. Let's head back for now. Should get some rest and get ready for the next fight. I need some more money, you know, because I used all my money on those... or rather, I used up all my healing herbs, so I need more healing herbs. Having achieved your goal, you return to the entrance to rest. Amazing. Let me see, let's... compared to this, so this gives you heat and poison. Oh, maybe that's what it was. You know what? The reason why I was not doing a lot of damage when the Gargantua was in fire mode is because my sword is fire. I didn't realize. You know, I wish it was more obvious. You know, that's why I wish that when you, like, equip different items, there's actually a different, like, cosmetic change in your character, right? Because a lot of RPGs don't do that. I mean, more modern RPGs do, but, like, at least in this game, obviously it's low budget, you know, kind of low budget. Anyway, it wasn't obvious that my sword was on fire, you know? As it turns out, my freaking fire sword wasn't effective against a robot that was already on fire, because it's, like, using fire armor. So that's what it was. I was wondering why it wasn't working. Like, I wasn't doing a lot of damage. Anyway, I can use this instead, which can stun an enemy. It's interesting. Sure, I'll put that on. And you know what? I'll change this one to this one in case I do end up wanting a fire sword for some reason. A fire poison sword. Anyway, level up. Let's level up, you know, I need more tech. I need more technique. I don't know. I don't have enough technique. More intelligence. And that's it, I guess. Can I level up my Curse Blade yet? I need 2 more SP to get the final skill, which is Adamant and Abysscate, whatever that means. Alright. Let's go here. The merchant. I like to buy healing herbs. I don't like using all my money, but I don't need it now, so boop. And boop. My money though. I hate using money. Just like in real life, you know, in video games and in real life, I just don't like using my money. I want to keep my money forever. Proceed. Oops, I didn't mean to press it twice. Now, we still have a rest, but only one time. Again, I don't know how many retry chances I have. I imagine because, again, I died so much to the mage, I only have like a few left. But I guess I feel like I don't have to worry about it. I don't know. Then again, there was the spot, you know, in that whole area when we're fighting that robot. Which again, was an interesting mechanic. But like, you're stuck fighting it, right? So like, I wonder if you die and you retry, because it's multiple fights, like you can't like run all the way back? Because that's what I'm thinking, right? Like, I don't have to worry about my retry chances if I can just run all the way back and rest here anyway, right? But I don't know. What if you're stuck in the fight and you can't actually leave yet? I don't know. This is why I wish I could see my retry chances. I don't know if there's a way to do that, actually. I don't know. Oh, you know, It doesn't say where I can see my actual retry chances. I can look at my difficulty to change it. Items, equipment. I'm just looking everywhere for the retry chances. It doesn't say. It only says after you die, but in that case, it's not that useful because I don't want to die yet. Reset my stats if I want to. Anyway. Alright. Let's see. It's, well, I don't know. Before I actually begin the final, like, domain of fighting the big, strong warrior guy, and after that, I guess we fight the king, I'm assuming. That's the goal anyway. Before I do that, I feel like it's a good time to take a quick break, actually. It's almost 2 hours, so yeah, I'll just take a quick break now. Put on low, grab a snack, go to the washroom, and I'll be right back after a few minutes. Then I'll continue playing The Use of Life and see what the third boss looks like. BRB. Let's continue. Not a lot of, I mean, I guess there was that one decision. I was gonna say, not a lot of decisions where you can, like, manipulate our flame of life and flame of power so far, I feel like, you know? I imagine it, like, locks us into some kind of ending, you know, depending on what the amounts end up being. But anyway, let's go into the blue zone. What's in the blue zone? You step onto the magic circle and are teleported to a new location. You hear the sound of clashing swords far off in the distance. Is it gonna be a lot of fighting? In this fight zone? In the place where you fight? What kind of place is this? A residential area for soldiers. It's also where they train. In order to defeat the dragon, our elites train here every day from morning to night, even now when their minds are long gone. You continue on your way, but your path is blocked by an enormous warrior. He's much larger than any of the other soldiers and is clad in heavy armor. Whoa, he's huge! That's what she said. Literally, that's what she said. You know, it's literally what she said. That's a knight. They're the toughest of the whole race. The elites among our warriors. I get that, but still, he's so huge, he barely looks like the same race as the others. A long time ago, this area used to be overflowing with power that came from the earth. In places like this, some babies are just built different. They're just built different, Giga Chad. Like that knight. I'm a little jealous. I wonder if super strong rabbit folk could be born like that. Well, I'm a super strong rabbit folk. Aren't you not? What about me, you know? What am I, chopped liver? I don't know, but all the power is gone by now. The earth on the surface has all turned into desert, and all the later generations are born weaker compared to their ancestors now. Either way, I don't think we'll be able to pass without getting this guy out of the way. With that, you decide to... I don't know, what do? You fight. Or you leave, I leave. And then I never progress the video game forever. Nah, I'm gonna fight. Here I come. You charge in to defeat the giant knight. Do 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 do. Spear head. I dodge. Haha, get paralyzed. Haha, immobilized. I mean, it's literally like paralysis in Pokemon, you know, where like they get paralyzed, but like it's only sometimes they get stunned, really. But something I didn't know actually when I was a child, you know, when I played Pokemon, I felt like paralysis was kind of useless for the most part. Well, when it happens to the enemy, when it happens to you, it's annoying. But when it happens to the enemy, I felt mostly useless because it's like RNG based, whether or not it actually stops them from attacking. But I also learned that apparently paralysis actually debuffs the enemy as well. You know, so it's not just a stun, even though that's useful, it also actually gives a debuff. Which I think it gives a debuff to speed, I want to say. I could be wrong, but that sounds right, you know. Bam, bam, bam. Okay, it's gonna do a shield bash. How do I dodge the shield bash? Like that, okay. It didn't have a question mark next to it, so like it was a mystery, you know, whether or not actually there's a prompt or not. Because sometimes when there isn't like an icon, because usually there's an icon next to the, you know, the bottom right, there is an icon next to the attack name that either shows you the direction you need to dodge, or just a question mark because you don't know, because you're you know, I don't know how it works exactly actually, like it depends on your technique stat technically, but like sometimes it just doesn't show you. But sometimes there's like no icon, and no icon usually means it's some kind of buff or something, you know, to do some kind of move that isn't like a direct attack. But that time, the icon was just missing, and then, but it was an attack. What the heck? Bloody Fang, EI Slash, Sword of Life. spiral charge? No thank you. You're dead now. Okay. Curse XP? I want that technique to go up. 69! That used to be the funny number. Now it's not. I mean, it kinda is. But it's been replaced, you know? By a different funny number that also starts with 6. But it's different. Multiple paths ahead. There's a bridge. 92 soldiers, and then a row of buildings. What should we do? Oh, from this perspective, as you look at the buildings, are just tiny playsets. I'm curious, but what about this way? You make your way down the stairs and come across a large group of soldiers fighting one another. The building is damaged, seemingly from the fighting. Beyond the fighting soldiers, you spot a heap of gold at the end of the area. Ooh, gold. Here's the training grounds. Rather than training, the soldiers all look like they're out to kill everyone else. Is it because of their madness? But even so, the wounds on fallen soldiers heal rapidly, and they soon get back on their feet to throw themselves back into the fight. Ah yes, Dark Souls PvP. An endless fight. Hello, Blue Dragonfly. How are you? It'll end if you take the resentment from them. But if no one stops them, they're stuck like that for eternity. With that, Sue lowers his eyes, as if trying to avoid something unbearable. By the way, there's a whole heap of gold on the other side of the area. What's that about? I don't know, maybe from gambling? Placing bets on who'd win or something. You need a bit of that thrill if you're gonna stay in place like this for hundreds of years. You're free to take the gold if you want, but you might get caught up in the fighting. General Baldos doesn't seem to be in this area. This place has nothing to do with your objective. But there's a bunch of gold. But there's a bunch of gold though. A Blue Dragonfly, you were on vacation for a week, and both weekends had bad internet. Oh. Well, I'm glad you're back in the land of internet, you know? I don't know what I would do without internet. I mean, I guess if you're on vacation, you just do other things, but like, I don't know. I'm very much like, I have to have internet, you know? I need to have internet. Whenever I'm on vacation, really it's a staycation, which means I just end up just being on the internet, really. But let's see. There's a heap of gold glimmering on the other side. But if you want the gold, you have to do something about the soldiers. Okay, got caught up in endless fighting. What should we do? Kill them all. Sneak pants. I mean, I kind of want the XP, you know? Like, I feel like we're kind of being railroaded, you know, into like the flame of power thing, but like, I kind of want XP. Last time I sneaked past like a whole group of people, like enemies basically, I ended up fighting like one guy, and I felt like I didn't get enough curse XP. I want more curse XP, okay? Well, let me heal first. Oh, you want to train, right? I think I remember you saying that before. And like I was like thinking like, well, when I think of trains, I think of Europe, though. I remember thinking that. I don't know. But then I was surprised that America, like the United States, also has like a big railroad train or whatever. I'm just thinking what else I was gonna do. Did I equip anything? I don't know. We'll just fight. I want that gold. So I'm gonna murder them all. I guess I'll just defeat them all and turn their strength into mine. What? Someone's getting bloodthirsty. I mean, I don't mind, personally. After all, I do want you to gain as much power as possible. Then it's settled. I'll be right back. And you know, we're putting them out of their misery. I feel like it's the righteous thing to do, actually. You know, if we just ignore them, they're just gonna continue fighting forever until the end of time. You draw your sword. Misha and Sue step back to stay in a safe spot. And so you charge towards the closest soldier and attack. Oh. How many of these people I need to kill? No longer. A lot, I guess. Anyway, but if you haven't been following, I mean, it's kind of hard to explain the entire story of the game from the beginning. But generally, you know, I guess I'll just explain the game itself. I mean, it's an RPG, has some CRPG aspects in terms of like, you know, having choices and all that, has some like, you know, like dice rolls in a way. The rolls from like 1 to 100 is not really like the same thing as a D20, but like, you know, kind of. And I don't know, I mean, I like the game because like, despite its like, kind of like low budget look to it, I guess. Like, I don't know, I just like the general, like, adventure, the general pacing of the story. And I like the fact that the gameplay, even though it's like a typical turn-based RPG, has some, like, actual, like, elements to the game where you can, like, have to pay attention. Mainly just the QTE, really. It's kind of like, again, like, freaking Super Mario RPG or something. or, like, Paper Mario, one of those games. But like, it's one of the things where like you need to like actually press a button, you know, to like react to like defending. You don't need to do any like mini games to attack, though. I guess that's the difference. Let's see. I'll just use that. Is that a bad idea? I don't know. But yeah, I just like, and again, it's a simple mechanic really at the end of the day. It's just QTEs. But it's funny though, it filters a lot of people. Because when I read reviews about this game, especially the negative reviews, everyone is like, oh, the game is too hard, boo-hoo, you know, basically. Not to like make fun of them too much, but like, I don't know, they're like, it's too hard, I can't do it, I lost to the first boss like 10 times. It's like, I don't know. Just like play the game. Just like, press the button. If you want to sheath. But I guess it really is a difference of like how people play video games, I guess, you know? Like some people play especially RPGs specifically, like people rather like have like a power fantasy, you know? They level up to like a 1 million and then they just press the super attack button and then they win after doing 9,000 damage, you know? Like they prefer just doing that all day. And I can see that, and I can see like that being cool for like 5 seconds. And sometimes, you know, in certain RPGs, you know, that's kind of like a story moment even, you know, it becomes so powerful, they one-shot somebody. But like, I don't know, like that, the whole game, because I feel like a lot of like RPGs, yeah, even modern RPGs really, are kind of just like that, you know, they're just power fantasies. I prefer an RPG that actually requires a bit of player skill, you know, that's why I really like Nine Souls. Nine Souls is something I played recently, which is very like parry-based, where you fight a lot of bosses and enemies that require you to like parry their attacks essentially, get a perfect guard them a whole ton. And like, just doing that, you know, is very reminiscent of why I like Dark Souls, which is one of my favorite, you know, game franchises. So like, I don't know, something about that, even though it's so simple, I just really like it, you know? And of course it helps that, I don't know, it just has a unique art style. Again, not a big, I keep saying this as if like, I don't know what the word is, but like, as if I'm like a closeted furry fan or something. But like, you know, I'm not like a big furry fan, but like, I don't know, I like the art style, I don't know. It reminds me a little bit of like Final Fantasy, even like Final Fantasy Tactics even a little bit. But anyway, it's like anime furry, you know? So that's also part of the reason why I like it as well. Compared to another game, I always mention this, because whenever people think about like turn-based RPGs and like reaction type gameplay, I feel like a very popular one is this one, you know? People always mention this when, at least when I look up, you know, similar games. But my issue with this game is that it looks super generic, you know? Even if the gameplay is really good, if I can't really get into the world or the characters or anything, like, I don't know, it's not enough for me that the gameplay is good. But apparently the gameplay is good in this game. I swear the first clip I saw of this game of when the characters were parrying looked kind of ass to me. I don't know. The characters were just like kind of like twitching their sword. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. Let me see here. Can I find like parry footage or something? I don't know. I don't know if I can find something like that. Videos, timing guide. I guess it's short, I guess. Oh, this is a face cam. Ew, I don't want to look at a face cam, ironically. I guess parry only. Let me look at this. So part of the reason why I don't love this game is the way the parrying looks, you know? Not even how it plays. I never played it. But like how it looks even. It's gonna take forever to play. Come on. Load. Just load already. Sometimes videos just don't load. I don't know why. I was gonna say, like, the parrying in this game it doesn't look satisfying, you know? Because whenever you press the parry button, your character kind of wiggles their sword. You know, it looks weird to me. I don't know. Come on. Come on. Load. Oh, here you go. Finally, when I alt-tab, then it loads. Okay, so let me see. So how does the parrying look like in this game? Chromatic Resmer, look attacks again. I guess it looks okay. When I looked at it from a different thing... Also, this is a face cam too. Why does everything have a face cam? I don't know. It looked okay for that character, I guess. But like, I just remember, like, in a different clip, whenever the enemy would attack, the character would just like kind of bring up their sword every single time. I don't know. I don't know how to describe it, but like, it just looks odd. Instead of like a satisfying like, boom, boom. I don't know. I don't know how to describe it. Anyway, I don't know what I'm saying, but basically, I just don't like that game. For some reason, I have a bias against it, and I don't like it. However, this one I do like because, like, I don't know, it's more indie, it's more underground, it's more niche. Therefore, I like it more. That's how that works. Anyway, you defeat the soldier and finish him off. But now that you've defeated the knight, the other soldiers are here too. So they come and attack. Oh yeah? I sheath my sword, and then I do Iaijutsu. Now this isn't parrying, this is more like dodging, though there is kind of like a pseudo parry mechanic of this class. Yeah, they have like 10 CP though, and it's like a pain in the ass to set up, and it doesn't even work the whole, like every time, because you have to like, you have to guard everything, and guarding in this game is, like, the guarding in this game is different because like, you know, I'm gonna try and do it actually. The guarding in the game is different because it doesn't like completely reduce the damage. It simply like decreases it. And some attacks you can't guard at all, because they're unblockable. So like, it's very super situational to actually parry in this game. If you do parry anyway. And then I'm gonna see if I can do it. Sheath? Sheath first, damn it. And then I use Execution Blade. You know what? Defense Boost. Sheath. Execution Blade. And, well, I don't know. Get some healing back. So I'm gonna dodge these. Okay, and then I have to guard to actually use my Execution Blade. Otherwise it doesn't work. Bam! Whoa, that's so much damage. Oh, there you go. That is a parry, technically. It's in a really roundabout way, but you can parry in this game. Which, if I was a game reviewer, that would get an extra star, you know? Personally, you know, whenever a game, if I was a gaming journalist, you know, I would be incredibly biased because, for one, if you have an anime art style, you get an extra point. If there's a parry system, you get another extra point, you know, basically. You defeat the duo as well, but the fight is far from over. You're not here to train like them, you're here to end the fighting altogether. The soldiers start to notice that you're different from the rest of them. Soldiers that were fighting each other moments ago start to team up and attack you. Oh no. It's the full stack. It's the full like MMO raid stack. There's a tank, there's a DPS. Well, I guess there's no healer, I guess, but really it's just one tank and well, it's a tank, a melee DPS, and a range DPS. You know, that's what it is. Combination alpha. What the heck? I sheath my sword. I use Bloody Fang. Then I use Absorb, I guess, to heal up a little bit. No, what would be good if I could parry everything, you know, because they do a lot of attacks. So like every time they attack, I can like attack back, really. So I wonder, you know what, I'm gonna unsheath to get some CP back. Then I'm gonna sheath it, I'm gonna slash, and I'm gonna sheath again, you know, because I'm a weirdo. Because I really just want that 10 CP. So I can do my Execution Blade. So I feel like this is the perfect time to do it. Also, poison, poison, damn it. Ow. Okay. Execution Blade. Actually, defense boost? Next action. Only next action, though. That's fine. Execution Blade. Now what? Can't really do anything because when you're sheep, you know, if you don't have any CP, you can't do anything. Sword of Life. If all else fails, Sword of Life. Parry! Damn it, I missed both of them. Hold on, wait. Parry, yeah. Ugh. What? Didn't work? Oh, does Execution Blade only work for like that one action? Oh man! I wasted all that for nothing! I thought it would be for the full round! Perform a Just Guard during the enemy's next action only. Damn it. That was a waste of time. I'm gonna do it again, you know, I just want to see if I can do it again. I sheath, I unsheath, and I sheath again. Like a weirdo. Hopefully I don't die. How did I miss those both guards? I felt it went through my guards somehow. I swear I'm pressing the wrong button, I don't know why. Whatever, sheath, Execution Blade. And if that doesn't work, Absorb for healing, please. Oh. Okay, I didn't do Execution Blade yet, oops. There you go, finally. There you go! I was using it too early because I actually didn't use the move yet. I guess a strategy is actually just to guard most of the time anyway. You know, if you don't want to dodge the whole time, you can just guard. And even though you take damage overall, it's chip damage. The only thing you can't do is do unguardable, because they're the unguardable attacks. Which, in my mind, you know, it's better to practice the other direction instead of like relying on guarding the whole time. That's why I prefer trying to dodge, because if you're good at that, then you have a better chance of dodging everything else, right? Anyway, you defeat the trio of attackers. You're about halfway there, only halfway. This is getting annoying. But now that you killed half of them, they've completely recognized you as a threat. The remaining soldiers all rush in to kill you. I guess this will save me the trouble. You flash an arrogant smirk at the attackers and take the entire group head on. Head on! Apply directly to the forehead. Head on! Apply directly to the forehead. No, I'm gonna slash. I'm gonna save up my CP for the Super Execution Blade. So I feel like that'll be enough to kill if I land it. Anti-mage. Well, I'm not a mage. I'm a guy with a sword, idiot. Ba-dum. Also, basically, this is a rhythm game, you know? And I like rhythm games. I'm not the best at them, but I don't know, there's just something satisfying about playing rhythm games. I don't know, they're like literally just QTEs, but you know, pressing the right button at the right time, that's just satisfying to me. The right person at the right time. You know, isn't that what G-Man said? Defense boost. Execution blade. Oh yeah, I can attack like 5 times? What if I parry all of it? You idiots. Sort of life. Alright, time to parry. Sekiro style. Crazy Sekiro style. Oh yeah? I'm gonna fucking overkill you, how about that? Actually, well, maybe they had like a little bit of health left. Because there were like 2 more attacks, I feel like, but they just died. Anyway, I like that. I like how you can actually parry this game. I don't know, I find that kind of funny. I find it kind of funny. I find it kind of sad. Mad world. No, I find it kind of funny that you can actually parry this game. I always say, like, well, I don't know if I always say this, but like it tends to be rather that the games I end up really liking are the ones you can parry in, you know? And it's always a mechanic, it's like an optional mechanic that nobody uses. I remember in Dark Souls, like people beat the game without even touching the parry mechanic because they're too scared to use it. They're like, oh, I don't want to get hit. Oh, and I'm like, no, that's the whole point. That's the whole point. You're supposed to do like a cool parry move, and then you freaking thrust your sword into their fucking throat, and they fucking explode. That's cool. I don't know. Parrying is so cool. Anyway. Alright, it's over. You killed every last soldier in the area. After glancing around for any remaining danger, Misha and Sue run up to you. Oh, you've got skill. You definitely don't have a skill issue. You really defeated them all, huh? Alright then, time to take the gold. Let's take as much as we can carry. 7,500 Gs. Having defeated all the enemies in the area, you safely carry out a large amount of gold. Oh, more than that. What about 1 million? Okay, well, in that case, I might as well buy some things. Mainly just healing, as in just really just one healing herb, really. Maybe another one of those. You know, I was thinking of getting more will carrots. Do a little grocery shopping. Okay, I feel like that's it. There's anything else I want, really. Oops, I keep pressing that. Proceed. And you know what? Money truly is power, because you can just use it to heal immediately. So I'm just gonna buy more herbs. Max it out. Oops, come on. Alright. Oh yeah, and I should level up too. Let's see. Ooh, 2,400 curse experience. Well, obviously I'm gonna level up technique. Then I... brain power. Oh, I want to do like vitality next. Get a little bit of speed. I definitely gotta remember to level up my HP next. Because that's important. And now I finally can get the last skill in my curse blade thing. I wonder what it is. I don't know. What is it? I can't see the detail. I can't click on it anymore, so I can't check the skills. I'm gonna go in here instead. So, what do I get? So I get, I don't know actually. I think I get Abyss Gate, whatever this means. Sacrifice blood and mana to open a gate to the Abyss and inflict status effects on the enemy that are more potent the more damage you took in battle. Like overall? Like in the whole battle? I wonder what that means. HP costs 40% though. I don't know how useful that is, because by the time you want to inflict it, you know, you might already be winning. But I guess it'd be more useful in the boss fight. Oh, Adamant. Raises sword skill power the heavier your equipment is. Allows you to guard unguardable attacks when sword is sheathed. What? Okay, interesting. So you do want to like, okay, so now you want to have like heavy equipment. I've been avoiding heavy equipment this whole time because I didn't want to wear something that was too heavy, right? Interesting. It really does turn your class into like a parry build, you know? Which is kind of cool actually, because that's exactly how I want to play the video game. I just want to play Sekiro, you know? But like 2D. Which reminds me of a game that I fan translated on Itch.io, on my Itch.io page, which I do have. What's it called again? Siblings, right? But then when you search siblings Itch.io, I don't think it's not going to show up. It's going to show something else. Well, it shows this. This game, quite literally, is 2D Sekiro, which I found really fun actually, because it really did like convert what made Sekiro fun into like a little like 2D, like almost like Punch-Out style RPG with really good animations, you know? I do feel like the art itself, like for the enemies anyway, are kind of like, I don't know what they call it, but kind of like abstract, I guess. But overall though, the animations are really good, you know? And that's why I put this little gif here. I made a little gif and put it there. Anyway, this page, I made this page, by the way. Well, I didn't make everything, literally. It's just a template from Itch.io, and then I added the text or whatever in the font. But anyway, you know, I made an English version of this game. It's really good. So it really reminds me of this game and Sekiro and like whatever, you know? I don't know. It's the charm of like something being like, I guess, 2D as well. I mean, that's why I like Nine Souls too. Nine Souls is really great. I don't know, compared to like Claire Obscura or whatever. What do you call it? Like Claire Obscura rather? Expedition 33 or something? I guess the difference really is the 3D art style, you know? Because if something is 3D, especially a modern 3D game, it just looks generic to me, right? Something, the more realistic something is, the more generic it is, right? To me anyway. It needs to have like an art style to it, you know? At least something like, you know, Legend of Zelda Wind Waker, you know? Wind Waker, I feel like ages well, actually, because it's like its own little art style. It's a little cartoon style, but like, it ages well because it's like not super realistic. That's the whole point. I just don't like, generally, I guess, I just don't like realism. You already have a bunch of that. Just look outside, you know? The whole point why I play video games is to freaking escape reality. Okay? No, maybe not to that extreme, but like, you know, I feel like that's what makes anything like fiction anyway. That's what makes fiction interesting in general, is that it doesn't look like the real world. That's the whole point. Anyway, do I have anything that is heavy? Well, I don't know if I want to wear anything heavy because, yeah, it's not gonna be good enough. But I do more damage if I wear heavier things. Man, I didn't know that I actually benefited from heavier items now. Maybe if we defeat the boss in this area, maybe he'll drop something that's like really strong armor. I should have got the armor. Well, if I knew, you know, I should have got the armor from the last boss. That gave you like 1 million defense. Oh well. Anyway, let's go. I mean, after this, let's go down. You descend to the lower floor and come across a space enveloped in a black haze. Battered bodies of soldiers litter the center of the area. By the way, I've been meaning to ask, what's all this black haze? Stray resentment. Stray? You can turn resentment into your own power. If the host dies, the power has nowhere to go. Deathwalker bodies may be able to regenerate, but not indefinitely. It has its limits. And so resentment having nowhere to go ends up just floating around like this. Is that what's in the valley we saw on our way here? Oh, that's a little different. I've isolated the bad stuff there, and I call it murk. What do you mean by bad? Impurities hold a lot of power, but they drain the host's sanity. When a lot of resentment mixes together, sometimes they react, they become altered. It's what caused everyone to go mad. Okay, that's what I was wondering, you know, like why did everyone go crazy in this area? Apparently, they're affected by the curse. I was like, okay, why did they get affected by a curse? But like, I don't know. I guess it's just too much stinky gas everywhere. Everybody farted too much. Now they went insane. Then is it okay for us to be here? What if Gosh Oh, don't worry. I've already taken countermeasures. Though I was way too late to help any of the others. With that, Sue glances around. It looks like the stuff floating here is fine. There's no murk around. They'll be great additions to your power. Go ahead and absorb them all. Right? At Sue's encouragement, you start to absorb the resentment floating around you. The general rage. I was gonna say the whole resentment idea just really reminds me of like Twitter, you know, basically. Everybody rage baiting each other to increase the resentment, and then you absorb it all, you know. That's what a professional rage baiter does. To like get clicks on their tweet, they just say something that pisses everyone off, and then that's how they get impressions. And that's how they make money somehow. I don't know, but that's how it works, you know, in social media. And that's why everyone arguing all the time. There's an incentive to argue, I feel like, you know. There's actual professional rage baiters. Anyway, but at the same time, their memories flow into you, echoing faintly in your mind. Your voices singing praises to the king, the young, brilliant king who had achieved many great feats during his reign. Everyone agreed that following the king ensured a bright future ahead. On the day they set off to slay the dragon, everyone had hope in their hearts. But that bright hope was blackened out with despair and pain as they fell victim to blazing flames and crushing jaws. Nom 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 nom. They turned into the barbecue for the dragon. Anyway, absorb everybody. Delicious curse XP. Suck it all up. Wow. Can I allow something? No. I want to level up my vitality, so I'm gonna wait on that. On your way, you come across an area surrounded by buildings. It seems to have been a lively place in the past, but there aren't any signs of life anymore. I wonder if there's anything useful left lying around. But let's look around. You explore the empty town and find more heal herbs or more enhancers. What would I use these enhancers for? I don't know, but I'll grab it anyway. I can always buy more heal herbs, but I can't buy more enhancers, so I feel like that's more valuable. Oh, and money too. Why not? I can use the money to just buy more heal herbs. Put away the items you found and go on your way. What makes me curious? You know, I went all the way back here. So what can I make? I can make more explosive ammo. I can make a toxic bottle. I don't know. I don't know what I need. And I don't know if I need the pyrite or whatever. Like pyronite or whatever it's called. What do you call it? Pyronite. I wonder if I need this for anything else. Anyway. When you approach the bridge, the soldiers gather on the bridge quickly, ready their weapons and stare at you. They don't look very friendly. We would have a hard time if they attack us from up on the bridge. And what should we do? It might be dangerous to go across. Can run past them. I could use a flash orb. What if I just kill them right here? You know, what if I just go here? There are 3 soldiers gathered on the bridge, in a way that blocks the way across. They're in the way. What should we do? There's 3 of them. If you choose to fight, you have to take all 3 of them at once. Well, I already did that last time. Seeing this, you decide to... I'm gonna kill them all. Whatever. I'll just beat them all. Are you sure? Are you sure? Pretty sure. Throw a trash bag into space. Are you sure? Are you sure? See, so... Anyway, I can't think of invincible memes. Why are the invincible memes brain-rotted? Invincible memes stuck in my head forever. I don't know why. Yeah, stay back. A mistake? A steak? You know, because there's even an edit where like the character says like a mistake, but then a popular like edit is to take off the miss, and it just sounds like he's saying a steak. A steak? A steak? I don't know. You step onto the bridge alone, and the 3 soldiers rush in to attack you. Amazing. Well, I've been here before. I played these games before. Okay? I've played these games before. Slash. Hey, you know what? I'm gonna use my new thing. Guard. I parry. I parry. Guess what? I don't need to dodge. I guard the whole time. I still got hit a few times, but... Guard! Guard! Guard, idiots! Guess what? I could just press one button. Game developers, you know, or... Yeah, game developers hate this one simple trick to avoid all damage. Simply pressing one button. Now it's gonna make me like complacent now because like when they do an unguardable, it's gonna get me off guard. Execution blade. Actually, well, defense boost, and then execution blade, and then well, I don't know. Do that whole bunch. D-boost. Parry, get parried for 5 million damage. Huh. That was easy. You know, that wasn't hard at all. Let me see. Let me increase my HP now. I'm gonna need that. And now I go under the bridge. You arrive under the bridge. It might have been dangerous to walk here if those soldiers on the bridge were still around, but they're gone now, so it's totally safe. Great. You know, there's like a whole event you would have to do, but like, I was like, I just kill them. Turns out all the solutions to your problems, just murder. It's that simple. Anyway, left is a fortress immersed in black haze, and right is things. I'll just get the things then. The various materials piled up, they're stacked haphazardly and look dated as if no longer considered useful. I wonder if there's anything we could use. It just looks like a pile of useless junk to me. Well, turning useless junk into something more useful is what engineers do. Why is there 3 E's? Engineers do. You know, that's not correct. There's so many typos in this game, to be honest. It's not the worst. I swear, like, it's much better than machine translation, but, like, the guy who, like, translated, you know, they put too many typos. Anyway, I got a bunch of items. Right. And what's over here? What is this place? You find the area resembling a fortress, except for the fact that it's completely enveloped in a thick black haze. The murk is really concentrated here. Maybe there's something in the center that's causing this. Let's find out. Are you sure? Are you sure? Get that. Are you sure? It feels pretty dangerous. At the very least, Misha and I should probably sit this one out. With that, Sue turns toward you. You might be fine, but it might still be dangerous to go in there, even for you. At that, you decide to... investigate. You're right that it might be dangerous, which is why I think it's worth a shot. Just be careful. Of course, you two wait here. You step inside the town, disappearing into the darkness. This is bad. When you enter the black haze, you're welcomed by the sound of desperate screaming and wailing. The memories of those who were killed and devoured by the dragon. The laments of those who saw their loved ones be torn limb from limb. As a Death Walker, you have no choice but to absorb all of it to make it yours. Ow. The excruciating fear and sorrow eat at your mind. Who needs mana? You press forward, and this time you're struck with overwhelming pain. The memories of those who were devoured, those who were burnt by a dragon flame, outcasts who were stabbed to death by the majority. Oh, damn it. Oh, now this hurts. The memories of pain gnaw unforgettably at your body. Ow. Need a band-aid for that. Nevertheless, you stumble forward and finally reach the town center. You come face to face with a mountain of dead bodies stacked upon one another. At the very top of the mountain of corpses is a single sword thrust into flesh. The blade is black from all the blood it has absorbed. With your foggy mind, you feel drawn to the sword and make your way towards it, despite the warnings that echo in the corners of your mind. You grasp the hilt of the sword firmly, and pull it out of the mountain of corpses. You know, who left all these corpses here? You didn't bother, like, bury any of them? Catboy Sue, you lived here for, like, more than 10,000 years, you even think to, like, put it in the graves, you know? He didn't clean up? Anyway, the sword starts to absorb the surrounding black haze, which sends pain through your arms to your whole body. Stain. You endure the pain, and finally, the sinister sword coated in blood and grief is yours. You know, I mean, I was gonna say, like, it reminds me of a weapon in, I think, Fear and Hunger. You know, it's probably not the first time, you know, a weapon like that exists, you know, like a cursed blade, basically. But I remember in the Fear and Hunger, I think there's like a cursed blade you can get that basically, like, can trigger like a sanity event, you know, where your character kills everyone, like kills your entire party. Something like that. But like it's a strong sword, you know. You take the sword, but your mind is still foggy. Your head rings with resentful moans that sound several times louder than usual. As the black haze fades, Misha and Sue run up to you. They seem to be saying something, but you can't make out the words. Shut up. Are you asking me to get killed? A sudden rush of bloodlust fills your mind. Just as you're about to shut up the annoying rabbit folk in your way once and for all. You've been corrupted, huh? Don't you go causing any trouble now. Sue chants something, and you suddenly find that you can't move a muscle, as if you've been tied up by invisible chains. Then Sue takes out a small knife and cuts his own finger. Drops of sweet-smelling blood drip from his wounded fingertip. Oh yeah, by the way, last time I streamed this game, for some reason it was a key point, or I don't know if that's the right word, but like, you know, apparently it was a very important detail that the femboy cat smells really good, and we want to eat him. I don't know why, but that's important, I guess, for some reason. But anyway, this is a bit earlier than I planned, but here we go, on the house. With that, he shoves his finger into your mouth, forcing you to lick his bloody finger. What? Almost immediately, the voices in your head quiet down, and your mind gradually clears. Delicious blood. Gosh, are you okay? You finally hear Misha's voice, and this time, you don't feel the urge to kill her. You know, you don't feel the urge to become a Sigma male. Just yet. Yeah. What the hell was that? You almost lost yourself to the murk. If it got worse, you'd be no different from the soldiers around here. But that was just an early stage, so don't worry. I'm glad it was something easy to treat. Sorry, you saved me. It wasn't easy, but you managed to obtain the sword you came for. You sheath the sword and leave the area. What's the sword? You know, like I'm wondering what the sword is. Stain. A sword tainted by resentment. If cut by it, the pain remains even if the wound is healed. Interesting. Like, it causes poison, but also causes some other stats effect that I don't know what that is. What is that? I'm not sure what it is. It's apparently curse. It's less stats though, so it's not as good, you know? But it sounds so cool. Like, we did all of that for like a really awesome, super dark curse sword, you know? It's not even as strong. Let me see. Ailments. Curse. So it just says attacks that deal damage with curses. Whatever that means. What does that mean? I don't know. What's curse? Bleeding. Unease. You know, it's funny because I've seen poison, I've seen stun, I've seen paralyzed, I've seen blind. I haven't seen unease yet. When does that happen? When do we fight this weird ass, you know, monster? And also bleeding. I don't remember bleeding. Maybe it happened before. I don't remember. Additional effects. I don't know what curse means. Attacks that do damage with curses. I imagine, well, I don't know. Maybe it's kind of like effective against opponents that have high physical defense, but maybe curse bypasses that, you know? That's what I'm thinking. Maybe. Well, I'll have it as my offhand in that case. Again, we did all that for not much gain at all, really. I feel like, but maybe the curse sword is very strong. I just don't know yet. Anyway, I gotta heal though. I'm gonna eat this black jelly. Nom nom nom. I'm gonna get some grass as well. It's like a jelly salad with a berry as well. And then I'm gonna buy, because I'm so paranoid, you know, I gotta max up my healing items right away. You never know. I end up in a fight again where it's like an endurance match. I don't imagine it'll happen twice in a row, but like I could end up in a situation where I need a lot of healing again. And every bit counts, you know. There's multiple paths ahead. Up is a fortress. Well, we've been there already. Right is a bridge. You know, it's funny. Every time there's certain nodes in this game where it's like, here's multiple paths. And by the way, there's the path that you just came from. You know, it's like, I don't know. Unless you were able to get here from a different direction, I don't know. But it's weird that they just say like, oh, this is how you get over there. You know, you've been there already. And down is a large ring on the ground where two warriors seem to be facing each other. Well, I guess in a way you could probably go like this, right? Go up here like this, and then go down. I guess I didn't think of that. Because I see the little fence there, and I just assume like it's on a higher level, right? Because here's the bridge, right? How does this work? Like this is like the perspective is weird because I'm thinking this is a fence that leads nowhere, but I guess there's like stairs maybe they can't see. Anyway, oh, there's no other way to go here but this way. You walk down the path, and when one of the soldiers gets thrown on the ground in front of you. Whoa. At the same time, you hear the sound of a knight roaring triumphantly in the ring. Oh, what's going on? Amidst a loud roar, the thrown soldier gets back up on his feet. But he doesn't seem to care that you're there at all. His shoulders slump and he shuffles away with a dejected look on his face. What exactly are they doing? That looks like a sumo match. Sumo match. Sumo. It's a competitive test of strength. Two people slam themselves into each other in the ring, and whoever defeats their opponent and pushes them off the ring, pushes them off the ring, wins. The man in the ring spots you and beckons at you as if to taunt you, and then lowers his stance and waits. I think you've been chosen for his next opponent, gosh. Oh boy. These guys are really proud of their strength, you see. So if you win, you'll be able to gain his respect. If he's sound enough mind to respect anyone, that is. He seems to be a very strong opponent. You could take on the challenge if you think you can defeat him. Well, I don't have a lot of strength is the problem. I could also cheat, you know? It's difficult though. You know what? I'm gonna do it anyway. Even when I'm weaker, I'll simply defeat him. Bring it on. Ooh, you sound enthusiastic. You step into the ring and silently ready your stance. No one but you and your opponent will determine when the match begins. You stare at each other and build your fighting spirit, waiting for the right time. And eventually, your breathing synchronizes, and both you and your opponent rush forward at the same time. Ah, damn it. The match begins, and until you slam into each other at full force, the opponent's tackle sends a shockwave through your body. Ow. Which sends you flying backwards. Unable to withstand the impact, you stagger. Your opponent doesn't miss the chance to grab you and swing your whole body around. You try your best to stand firm, but your opponent is too strong. The difference in strength is apparent. Ow. Unable to keep your footing, you get thrown outside the ring entirely. You have lost. Damn it. Aw, he lost. That guy's seriously strong. Your opponent still stands in the ring, roaring victoriously. When he sees you get up, he smirks. Well, at least you think he does. Well, what now? You want to challenge him again? I simply do it again. You fool. I'll simply do it again. Rematch. 2 out of 3. I miss again. Yeah. I simply do it again. It's like a Dark Souls boss fight, you know? Like, it doesn't matter how many times I lose, I just need to win one time. Let's go. Your tackles are equally powerful. You both stumble slightly, but immediately find your footing and go at it again. Your opponent seems to want to fling you off with brute strength, but you don't budge. Also, this kind of goes against, I mean, this is just a silly side thing anyway, but I was gonna say, like, it kind of goes against the spirit of, like, dice rolls, you know, in, like, CRPGs and everything, like, in tabletop. RPGs or whatever, the whole point of rolling is like you only roll once, you know, you don't just like roll infinitely forever, because, you know, it's as if you're like flipping a coin, you know, and you eventually get heads, you know, so eventually you get it anyway, you know, inevitably. Well, I guess statistically speaking, it is technically possible that you flip a coin and you never get heads forever, you know. Technically, it could happen. It's just incredibly unlikely the more flips you do, but anyway. Oh, your buddy here has got impressive core strength, doesn't he? You got that right. He's a Rabbit Folk's secret weapon after all. The strength he's built over his hard journey is nothing to sniff at, no, even though I don't really increase my strength that much. It's not my main stat, really. It's my dump stat, actually. You can hear the two of them doing some kind of weird skit, but you're kind of struggling here. You start to get tired and short of breath. But your opponent is the first to falter. His many attempts to fling you off have tired him, and obviously you can't miss this opportunity. Right there! You muster your strength, lift your opponent, and push him with all your might. He fails to fight against your sudden burst of strength, and so you finally push him out of the ring. Phew. Alright, I won. Oh, you did it! Great job! The defeated knight looks frustrated, but after a while he picks up a spear, walks right up to you, and thrusts the spear right into his own chest. One of the Richard Frickens, he committed Sudoku. Huh? The knight quickly goes limp as he dies, and his power flows into your body. And this isn't an ordinary suicide. He wanted to give up his life and strength to me. Maybe this was the highest form of praise to you for winning in the test of strength. Along with his strength, you gain some of his childhood memories. Memories of admiration. As a child, he looked up to the heroes in stories. Then he grew to admire the father who raised them. And when he became a knight, he admired General Baldos, the warrior who led him and displayed his might on the battlefield. The sight of General Baldos overwhelming opponents he couldn't win against left a strong impact on him. And to this day, it was still who he admired the most. As boss. You know, big boss. From Metal Gear Solid. Admiration. Have you ever admired someone in such a way? You dig deeper into your own memories. You used to admire. You can choose. Sure, I'm gonna choose father, because I don't know, that feels more fitting, I feel like. Especially because he's dead, but... Your father. And it kind of decreases our flame of power a little bit, just because, I don't know. At this point, I don't think there's a reason to really balance it, but like, I don't know. I remember how cool my father looked when he was giving orders to the rest of the village. I feel like it's more tragic, actually, you know? Everyone respected him, and everyone relied on him. Ever since I was a kid, I'd always wanted to become just like my father. You won the sumo match! Hooray! And you think about how your father's fucking dead. And that fuels your rage even more. No, let's see. Vitality. Yeah, that makes sense. Anyway, I assume, like, you know, there's a way to, like, probably fight him, you know, you cheat on the match. I wonder if you get less curse experience for that? I'm not sure. Imagine it doesn't matter, but... Also, I run all the way back, and I buy another healing herb. Is it healing herb or healing a herb? I don't know. Is it basil or basil? You know, I'm just thinking about Amori now suddenly. I don't know. I don't know why, but I'm just thinking about Amori at the moment. There's a character named Basil, but I don't know if I call him Basil or Basil. And like basil / basil is a type of herb, right? Or herb? I don't know. Anyway. Alright, I've been meaning to ask. What is it? Why did you people want to find a dragon in the first place? What are you, Skyrim? Or whatever? Or, well, Skyrim's a place, but anyway. We wanted to bring blessings to our land. It is said that prosperity is brought to the lands where dragons are slain. How does that work? Do places where dragons die become more abundant? That's right. It's because dragons are actually enormous masses of energy. They devour all sorts of creatures and slowly build up power that way. So when they die, all of that stored power is released back into the earth around them. Oh, I see. That's how our country was founded too. It was built on land where a dragon had died. It's thanks to the extra strong people who were born of that dragon's blessing that our country could thrive as much as it did. But even power left by a dead dragon eventually runs out someday. So you decide to slay a dragon and get their power for yourselves again. Exactly. Besides, if you leave a dragon alone, they eventually become a huge violent nuisance. And among all dragons, the black dragon Zane is on a completely different level from the rest. Even if you never fought them, they have eventually burned our country to the ground anyway. You know, I was gonna say, like, it felt like a little selfish, actually. You know, the whole idea of killing a dragon is just so you can, like, make everyone else, you know, have, like, a great life simply by sacrificing this random flying lizard thing. But I guess the reasoning is that the dragon was gonna kill everyone anyway, so they had to deal with it. I don't know. Seems a little bit of a justification, but I don't know. The dragon Zane does seem pretty evil. You know, he didn't seem like someone you could like convince to not murder everyone. So you reach the top of the stairs and see a man on a pedestal wielding a giant axe. He's even larger than any of the knights you fought here. That's General Baldos, the opponent you're looking for. What's he like? He can't use any magic, but when it comes to close combat, he's the strongest in the land. He's not exactly the type to scheme or plan his attacks, so he wasn't very compatible with the smarter people in the army. But as long as he faces them head-on, no one but a dragon could beat him in a fight. And that includes opponents even larger than him. I see. Surrounding Baldos are the bodies of soldiers who had tried to challenge him in battle. Their wounds testify to the intensity of Baldos' attacks. If you climb on the pedestal, you'll have to fight Baldos. Only proceed if you're fully prepared. Yes, he sounds like a badass. Sounds like a freaking Giga Chad. Can't wait to, like, kill him. And take his axe. Either his axe or his armor. Which one do I want? You know, assuming I beat him. Assuming those are the items I actually get. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like we just go. Is there anything I want to change? I don't think so. I think this is it. We just fight. Big axe guy. Oh, I mean, he looks cool. Alright then. You step under the pedestal and draw your sword. General Baldos notices you and bows deeply in reverence. This seems to be his way of showing respect to his opponent in battle. But even as he's bowing, you can't find an opening to take advantage of. Even though he's gone mad, he's still a formidable warrior. Well then, here I come. Well, all his attacks are power swings. What the heck? Well, there's no parrying I can do at the moment in that case. I'll just simply sheath my sword and do some funny little attacks. Power swing. Power swing. Power swing. It's all red attacks. That's crazy. I feel like if you get hit like once, like one time, you freaking die. So again, like, I don't know if you call this like a Souls-like, but it feels like a Souls-like for some reason. I don't know what it is. Like, especially this fight, you know? I mean, this is the classic boss fight that I really like. It's literally so cliche. But like a slow, super strong guy that slowly attacks you, this big giant-ass weapon that's incredibly telegraphed. And then you like dodge. You're like, boop, I dodge. And then you like shank him a few times, and then he does another big attack, and then you dodge. And then you shank him a few times, and you repeat it like 50 times, and then you win. You know? And that's what I love. the thrill, you know, of like getting one shot one time if you mess up at all. But at the same time, it's like, you know, slow, right? It's like slow, methodical combat where if you fail, it's entirely your own fault, basically. Let's see. You know, let's do attack boost and binding fang. Oh, now he's angry. Uh-oh. Immobilize, hee hee. Belay? That's scary. That's very scary, bro. AI slash. Bloody fang. Well, I better get ready. A biscuit. I wonder when I should use this. I don't know. You know what? I'm gonna use Mirage Miss. Okay, get ready. Oh, never mind. He doesn't do his like super move. Oh, he does have a blue move. You know, if only I had enough CP for Execution Blade, that would have been good to use. I don't know. Should I? I want to fish him off with a parry. That'd be so cool, though. I don't know. Or I could use a biscuit. I wonder when this would be useful. I'm gonna get to the abyss and inflict stats effect and everything. Point the more damage you can battle. I haven't really taken damage. Well, I've taken self damage, I guess. I don't know. I'll just do Bloody Fang. Bloody Fang! Sword of Life. And absorb. Get some healing back. Instant thrust. I want to use my freaking execution thing. You know what? Will Carrot. And then Execution Blade. And then Defense Boost, because I don't know if this is going to kill me. His fillet attack, I don't know if it's going to murder me, so what can I do here? Not much. I'll just do Sword of Life. Oh, okay. Now hopefully I hit this. There you go. Bam! Okay, well I gotta survive this. Boom. Boom. And boom. Okay, not too bad. Now he's calm. He's very calm now. He does, just like the Sage, by the way, I'm pretty sure he can revive. You know, the robot didn't revive, even though it was implied that the core of that robot was the engineer, but I guess that didn't count. But I think when you kill this guy, he's gonna revive because he's technically cursed. Which makes me wonder why all the other guys didn't revive, you know? But anyway. I remember when I killed the mage, and when I killed the Sage the first time, I was surprised that she revived. I wonder if I should use this. You know, a biscuit. Does it even do damage? Does a biscuit even do damage? I don't know. Whatever. Let me just see what happens. I want to see what it is, you know? I'm curious. A biscuit! Bah! Okay, it does do some damage. Oh, and it does so much poison too. And blind him, and stuns. Okay, he does have the Undying Curse. But right now, he has so many debuffs. He has so many debuffs. This should be a piece of cake. Binding Fang. I sheath my sword. Bloody Fang. It's time to put you down, General Baldos. You defeat General Baldos and finish him off. And my stats go up. Ooh. You know, last time, yeah, the robot also gave us stats, but it didn't say like what stats we got, so it was kind of strange actually. But yeah, we got more strength, vitality, and +1 all of the stats. You feel the power surge through you as you absorb General Baldos's resentment. At the same time, his memories start to play in your mind. I guess, is this him? Dragon slaying. Count me in, there's no greater honor than that. When my childhood friend the king told me about his plans, I was positively elated. It was a perfect conversation to drink to. Many people are still against it, but I knew you'd be interested. Of course I'm interested. The only way to get the history books talking about you is by slaying some sort of gigantic foe, you know? Ever since I was a young boy, when I was a young boy, I love epic tales of heroes. I've always admired those who overcome great challenges and have their stories passed on. Our race has reached its peak. The power of the land is running dry. At this rate, the future of our country is bleak. But if we can kill a dragon, the land will be filled with power once again. Our descendants will be strong, and our people will continue to prosper. Spare me the details. I'll leave that stuff to you. If we succeed, that's what I call a legendary feat. I bet they'll be telling our stories for many generations to come. I can't contain my excitement. How far will my strength take me? How satisfying will it be the one to slay a dragon? Just imagining the upcoming battles enough to make my heart race with anticipation. Every swig of my drink tastes better than ever. I want to freaking kill a dragon. Typical Dark Souls player, you know, I don't know. It's like, I can't wait to beat up like a big boss. Big boss. Have like an epic boss fight. One time, when I was little, General Baldos gave me a piggyback ride. I still remember how different the world looked from atop his shoulders, so much higher than it had ever been before. After the grueling battle against General Baldos, you've absorbed both his power and memories. However, one thing remains. It's either his big blade or his armor. Interesting. Warding armor. The problem with getting his blade is that it decreases our magic attack too, which is a big debuff. But some of our attacks do require magic attack. So, I don't know. I feel like both of these are downsides. And again, the weight thing though... The thing of the weight is that we actually want more weight. So that it can make use of our new passive. So the heavier we are, the more damage we actually do. So I wonder if it's useful. Or you can get this, warding armor. Gives you poison, paralysis, and blind resistance, which is not bad. Hard to choose. I don't know. It's gonna make dodging a lot harder though, right? Because having higher weight kind of does suck though. That's the issue. Whatever, I'm getting it. Let's head back for now. I should get some rest. Well, the next fight is the king. At this point, we already killed all the 3 great heroes. Alright, now you're all set. All there's left to do is defeat the king. If you defeat him, all the power in this land will converge inside you. And that's when I'll grant your wish. It's finally time. Well then, where's the king? You can go to the throne room with this magic circle. You're finally gonna face the king himself, so make sure you're fully prepared. Having defeated all 3 heroes, you have now the right to challenge the king. Hooray! Hold on. Let me just go. Hold on here real quick. Might as well craft the last items we can get. With our items, I guess. Let's make an explosive ammo. And let's make explosive ammo. And that's it, I guess. I don't know if there's anything else to get. Toxic bottle. Sure, toxic bottle. You know what? I'll take that too. Might as well. I guess that's it. And we can't make any more accessories. Again, no reason to, really. Even if we could. Let's equip our big giant sword. It's heavy, though. Stain. I don't know how useful that is. I don't know. I'll just put this as our offhand in case we can switch back. Curse power. Technique. You know, technique. I will take more technique and more speed. Skills. You know, get more skills, actually. Though I don't want any more skills, is the thing. Like, you got like a fighter skill? Melee skill? I don't know. It's kind of like fill up our, like, lists, you know, and that's annoying to me. You know, I don't want more. I guess fighter's the only thing I would really want, really. Double edge. I don't know. So let's see. So there's this. The raises sword skill power, the heavier your equipment is. Allows you to guard unguardable attacks. But it's 2 effects, actually. I wonder if it's worth it to wear heavy armor and have a heavy weapon. You know, I imagine it'll make the QTE events like really hard though, because that makes it go faster. The heavier you are, I think. Anyway, let's go here. Is there anything we want to buy? Might as well buy 2 of those. And let's actually rest, because we probably need to recover our retry chances at this point, and it's probably the last boss, I assume, in this chapter, so we might as well rest up. Now I hope I don't die like 10 times. If you die 10 times, you use up all your retry chances, you have to reset the entire chapter. That wouldn't be good. Alright. Let's fight the king. Once you pass this point, the only thing awaiting you is the king of the Palagayans. Is there anything else you need to do first? Let's ask about the king. The ancient king of the Palagayans. How does he fight? The king was a really resourceful person. He was skilled in all sorts of weapons and could use magic really well, too. He's a larger variety of attacks than any of the heroes you fought. Jack of all trades, master of none. Only you say that to someone who's an expert in both physical and magic combat. He was extremely skilled in both, and switched up his attacks to match his opponent. Sounds like he'll throw a lot of attacks at me too. Yep, but above all, the scariest part is how he was willing to do anything to win. Whether it's poison, or blinding, or paralyzing the opponent, he'll do whatever it takes, damn it. I should have taken the thing that gives you resistance to all of those. Damn it, I chose the wrong item. Well, even if people called him a coward for it, he shut them all up by simply claiming victory time and time again. He wasn't the best in any field, but when it comes to fighting to the death, no one comes close to the king of Palagaya. Yeesh. That sounds like a real handful. He's gonna debuff you, basically. Well then, now that Sue's told us everything, what have I learned about the king? He uses a wide variety of attacks, does so rapidly, also utilizes all sorts of styles ailments. I should probably be prepared to take a few hits. I might also need someone to deal with those status ailments. Maybe I should pay Almaze a visit. Well, I don't know. I mean, there's definitely like items to prevent some of the status ailments, but like, do I want to waste like a slot for it, you know? Because there's this that nullifies poison, this one nullifies paralysis. Is it worth like equipping both of them? You know, I don't know. Evil eye armor. I mean, paralysis would be the one thing that like would really suck if you got hit by it. Blind also sucks too, if you get hit by it. But I guess I'll buy one of these. I feel like that's worth it. Because at the very least, we can not worry about paralysis. Spider Charm. Booster. Yeah, I mean, let's see. I also have the heavy sword that I'm using. If it's a bad idea to use it, maybe I'll switch it, but... I mean, let's see. Let's see what happens. You find yourself surrounded by a thick, dark fog. The resentment inside you buzzes in discomfort. Oh boy. I don't know what it is, but just being here is gonna make me feel sick. Probably, yeah. This is where we've been collecting resentment for thousands of years. Maybe you've already gotten used to it. But more importantly, Sue looks up at the throne, where an old man sits with a hollow stare. The king. Is he actually that strong? I can't really picture him fighting at all. Don't worry about him. You should probably worry if your buddy dies up there instead. When you proceed, number of remaining retry chance will be set to 10. Oh, why didn't you rest then? I wasted my rest. Oh well. You climb the stairs and arrive before the king. Sue takes a step forward and kneels. Your Majesty, the promised time draws near. It's time for the final step in order for us to kill the dragon. Kill? Dragon? But only one person can be our hero. Only one person will carry our wishes. Here is a man with strength comparable to yours. Defeat him, and prove to us your divine strength. Very well. The king slowly spreads his arms. The black murk swirls around him, swallowing him in the darkness, and... the great king that once ruled the land reveals himself to you. He fucking transforms. He does a magical girl transformation. He goes from old man to Artorias of the Abyss, you know, basically. His body ripples with power. Without the slightest hint of the frail old man from earlier, the resentment he holds is exponentially larger than any soldier. This guy's strong. The final battle begins. Okay. Yeah, pretty much. Let's see. I'm gonna sheath my blade. How about that? Oh. That's so fast. Different song, by the way. Epic music. Epic music. Maybe Bloody Fang. I'm gonna use items. You know, he uses items, I'm gonna use items. Explosive ammo. Explosive ammo. How about that? Poison needle. Boom. Only 3,000 damage? That's not worth it. Oh, what? I didn't see the other attack coming. I'm freaking blind. Help. I'm freaking blind. That's not good. Anyway, I was trying to save my CP for like, for Execution Blade. Is what I was trying to do. Defense boost. You know what? I'm gonna use barrier device. And I'm gonna... I don't know. I'm gonna like not... I want to save my freaking CP, so... And my magic power is not that strong, though, is the problem. Whatever, I'll just Sword of Life anyway. I guard. I dodge anyway, even though I don't see the actual key to E meter. I guard. I'm going to absorb. I'm going to use Execution Blade. I'm going to use Execution Blade when he does his multi-hits. And then I'm going to, I don't know. Actually, I don't want to absorb first. I want to use, no, I'm going to debuff him first. Then I use Execution Blade. Then I use Mirage Mist, maybe? Maybe Mirage Mist. No, not, oh wait, no, not Mirage Mist. I want to use Absorb rather, to heal up. Yeah. That's what I do, okay. Okay. Guard! Dodge! Guard! Take that, you fool. You think you're a king? That's right, get back up. You're nothing. Ow. Gale. Now I wish I could use I wish I could use Execution Blade on that one. That would be great. Great King of the Abyss. Great King of the Murk is what he is. Canonically. Yeah, but I wish I could use Execution. Oh man. Oh well. I'll just simply do the good old attack boost and Binding Fang Sheath and freaking. Should I use a Biscay? I feel like that's overkill. I'll use Bloody Fang. Probably not worth it. Oh, there you go. He's fucking dead. Oh, he's back again? What? Oh, you're paralyzed. Get paralyzed, idiot. Damn it. Oh. Uh-oh. Ah! Guard! Guard! Ah! Guard! What? Well, I'm fucking back. Screw you. That's not good. I didn't know he could, like, revive again. That's cheating. You can't just revive again. I can't absorb? Oh, my cooldown? Oh, it's a cooldown. Alright. I have to use a heal herb. Heal herb? Heal herb. The freaking brace. He's gonna fucking do, like, what is that at the bottom there? Also, I'm blind. You know, my character's blind. What heals blindness? Curse Cannon. Oh, I didn't know I had that, by the way. What heals blindness? Cures paralysis, cures poison. I don't have like an item that cures blindness, I don't think. That's really annoying. Well, whatever. I'll simply, Mirage Mist, and then I'll simply, I'll simply do this. Brambles of Pain. I don't know what I'm doing. Let's see if this works. I don't know if it worked or not. Okay, got mobilized, so you're not doing a move anyway. I buff up. He's immobilized. Brambles of Pain. Let's go. Dodge! Guard! I parry all your fucking moves! Anyway, didn't do much though. Can you die? Can you die already? Finding Fang. Then I heal. Then I sheath my sword. If you live after this attack, which I assume you won't, because there's no way you'll revive again, right? Good, okay. He didn't have like a third life. He didn't like farm 1-ups in the first level of Mario by doing the glitch where you hit the what do you call those, the turtle guys, you know, what do you call the turtle guys? Not Koopas, are they Koopas? Yeah, the Koopas. You do the glitch in the first level of Mario where you hit the Koopa next to like one of the little blocks, you know, and then you just jump on it like infinite amount of times, and the more you jump on it, it multiplies your score, and then at some point the score turns into like a 1-up, and then you farm like infinite lives. But anyway, he didn't do that. He only got 2 lives. It's over! In the midst of the fierce battle, your attacks create a fatal opening in the king's defense, and you're not one to miss such an opportunity. The glimmer from your blade shines bright as you pierce it through the king's heart, causing his body to jolt violently. And in that moment, a tremendous amount of resentment is released from the king's body. It rushes from his chest, darkness enveloping the area. The king is dead. Long live the king. Now you're the one who can stand against the dragon. Sue's eyes sparkle with a dark glint, and as if in response, the resentment released from the king's body starts to flow into you. The sheer volume of resentment is uncomparable with anything else you've absorbed. The overwhelming resentment tears out your body, as if to rip it apart from within. You feel like your body is about to burst. I don't know, I can't do like video game grunting sounds, you know, very well. Your body is being destroyed from deep within. Unable to bear the pain, you cough, hacking up blood, and finally collapsing into the ground. Hey, what's going on? Is he okay? Sue ignores Misha's question, and maybe he never noticed in the first place. Finally, the time has come. Ignoring your suffering, Sue cries out in maniacal joy. Now is the time to consolidate all the power in the land into one. The power to slay a dragon. The power to finally grant her wish. Sue raises his arms and gathers more resentment. It moves towards you, eventually enveloping your body. As your consciousness starts to fade, numerous memories swirl around in your mind. Memories of pain. The pain of being torn apart, of being burned. So excruciating you had a glimpse of the afterlife. Memories of anger. The feeling of anger when something you hold dear was ripped away from you like candy from a baby. That makes you very angry. How do you remember that when you're a baby? The pain, resentment, and suffering of people from all walks of life sear your brain. Something threatens to blacken out your mind. Ugh. With a heart-rending cry, every single cell in your body is destroyed, and the next second instantly rebuilt. And finally, the only image your mind can conjure is of your village being devastated by the dragon. Ignited with a fierce and fiery hatred, you fucking power up. You go fucking Super Saiyan 500, you know? Awaken. It's fucking 200. Plus 200 to all stats. Okay. What is it? What is this power scaling, you know? What does he say? He's like, your fur turns black as the power continues to well up inside of you. Countless thoughts spill from your mind, leaving it in complete chaos. Yes, this is perfect. We're finally here. What happened to him? Despite herself, Misha's body begins trembling. Her rapid folk instincts sound every alarm in her mind. The thing standing in front of her now is a dangerous being, capable of slaying dragons. Yet Sue smiles and continues to speak to you. Now, come here. Sue smells sweet, enticing, delicious. You become intensely drawn to it, and drool drips from the sides of your mouth. As if in a trance, you make your way towards Sue, slowly, heavily, one step at a time. The power of resentment has become one. Now I will grant your wish, as I promised. And why is the I not capitalized? That's kind of weird, but anyway, that's just a typo. Sue raises his left hand and speaks in a deep voice. Wait, Sue has a deep voice? I don't know. I don't see Sue having a deep voice when he's like a femboy cat, but anyway. Seek power, and it shall be granted. I shall grant you the power to slay a dragon. But the power is greater than your body and will burn and destroy it from within. If you accept this power, you will barely live another day. Sue raises his right hand and speaks in a high voice. Seek life, and it shall be granted. I shall grant you life, and with it, the ability to die of old age. But in exchange, you will lose all of your power. You will be nothing but an average rabbit folk. The strength that makes you a Deathwalker will be all returned to me. Gain power and give up your life, or save your life and give up power. A half-hearted fool could never slay a dragon, not even with the power of our people. So I ask this of you, what is your real wish? What is it that you really, truly want? Sue's voice rings in the depths of your soul. The question accepts no lies, no excuses, no facades, only one true answer. Right now, what you desire most, what your flame burns brightest for is... obviously... revenge. Power. You want power. You shriek as the desire takes over your mind, creating a shockwave that booms across your surroundings. So you chose power. That's wonderful. But even so, I will ask you this. Are you sure that you're willing to give up your life? When you die, you will die in pain. When you die, your future will be cut short. Just like all your friends and family who were burned and devoured by the dragon. Are you really not afraid of dying? Are you really, truly not afraid that your very existence will be wiped from the face of the earth? Your life up to this point flashes by in your mind. To you, your life is... unimportant. Spelled wrong, but don't worry about it. The spelling is also unimportant. When you were on the brink of death, what you felt wasn't fear, but anger. When you last crossed paths with a dragon, you went against your instincts to fight them. To you, your life isn't of the highest priority. More screaming. Ah. You take a strong, unfaltering step forward. So you're not afraid of death. But are you sure? Are you sure? There are so many ways to live, you know. If you live on, you could try to rebuild your clan. Or maybe you could live with your lady friend over there, couldn't you? You're fucking like hot, bunny, sexy, I don't know, engineer girlfriend or whatever, I don't know. With that, Sue glances towards Misha. Gosh, your life up to this point flashes by in your mind. First of all, to you, your clan is... long gone and all in the past. It's not something you're all that concerned about anymore. Also, I'm freaking Sigma male. You know, I don't get. Who cares? Be gone, thought. Then your memories of Misha flash by in your mind. To you, Misha is simply a wench. I don't care. You know, I don't need a bunny girlfriend. You know, basically, it's the freaking spoilers. Well, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't say. This reminds me of a show that I watched recently about a character who's also a bunny and also fumbled all the baddies. But anyway, definitely bad ending choices. You call it a bad ending. I call it a based ending. No, not that important. You've never been all that interested in her or why she's trailing you. You know, who gives a shit? What's this fan service character? Get out of here. I don't need you. If anything, I would pick the Panther lady, but like, she's not a choice. You know, she's not a waifu choice. Anyway, you pay Sue's question no mind and continue walking forward. Not a shred of doubt. So you don't have any regrets. You sure have a one-track mind. Dangerously, pitifully so. Sue ponders for a moment. What is it that drives you so? Are you just so obsessed with your goal that nothing else matters? Do you want to take revenge on the dragon that badly? Your life up to this point flashes by you in your mind, as the resentment within you buzzes loudly. your thirst for revenge, such a lust for revenge. Who? Still burning strongly. All for revenge. When you were on the brink of death, the first thing you felt was anger at the dragon who destroyed your village, and you sought power to exact revenge. When you encountered the dragon again, you faced him in battle instead of running away. Revenge was more important than your own safety. How to kill a dragon. You never forgot your resentment towards the dragon. You could never forgive them for what they've done to you. You take another step towards Sue. As you get closer, the enticing scent coming from him only grows stronger by each step. Alright, it should be about time. Your sluggish step gradually speed up, as if something was pushing you forward, faster, faster. The resentment within you buzzes, the resentment of the land where tens of thousands of people have died and left their grief and sorrow. Their memories, their emotions, their pain have all been passed on to you. Your people, your parents, your friends, those who died naturally, violently, in ancient civilization, a king, those who were slaughtered by a dragon. Grrr. You know, it doesn't sound cool when I say it. Like, there needs to be a filter, right? Like, I don't know. Maybe I should set that up, but like, you know, it should be like a cool filter, you know, or like there's like a, I don't know how to describe it, but you know, it's like some kind of like thing that like distorts your voice, you know, and you sound like a weird monster. I don't know. Anyway. You view each and every one of their sensations as your own, rendering your mind incapable of thought and your mind incapable of speech. There's so much to process. It wouldn't be surprising if you went insane. Maybe you already have, but maybe you're still hanging on by a thread. You can't tell. Well, that's all the questions I had. It's time to grant your wish. There's no need for words. Follow your instincts. You know what to do, don't you? You run as if something was pushing you from behind. That grows overwhelming, and coupled with the voices, it makes your brain feel like mush. You leave yourself in the hands of your own instincts and raise your arm. In that moment, the wish that burns within you is... my future! No. You know, it'd be funny if we just after all that, you just pick the other choice somehow. I guess you need 40% though. It's funny, because you can, I guess, if you really want to. If you balance all of it, I guess, you can probably just pick that one instead. Nah, I don't know. Revenge. Minus 99% flame of life. If it means you can kill that dragon, you don't mind giving up your life for it. Wish for the power in its completed form. You gotta finish the job, you know? You gotta finish the job. And that's when we fucking kill Sue, I guess. Unfortunate that Sue isn't also a romanceable waifu, but anyway. You hear the sickening wet sound of the gouging of flesh. It's finally complete. Your arm pierces Sue's chest. Your hand grabs something. Your bloody fingers are wrapped around a glistening, beating heart. It's finally... You yank your arm out Sue's chest and thrust the rest of him onto the ground. Without a heart, he's nothing but a silent corpse. But you don't care about that. The heart is all yours. The sweet-smelling, delectable heart. No, don't! Num 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 num. Why not? You know, it's delicious. You start chomping on the heart in great fervor. Your first bite punctures it and releases blood, quenching your thirst. Delicious. And when you swallow the very last bite, you find yourself able to control everything within you. Your mind is cleared, and you can finally think straight, more than ever before. I see now. No matter how much power you absorb, it will go to waste if you went insane. But no one could stay sane with tens of thousands of voices in their head. Sue's heart, which had been enchanted to store mana for all these years, was the final key. Eating it granted you some of his power and restored your sanity. I know everything now, like the back of my hand. I have 200 intelligence, you know, I'm very smart, you see. The spell used to create Deathwalkers had been cast over the entirety of the once prosperous ancient Palagayan kingdom. Now that you have Sue's powers, you can sense everything within the territory, and of course, you can sense exactly where the dragon is. Before that, I know you're there. Come out here, Almaze. Your heightened senses reveal Almaze, who've been quietly hiding in the shadows. Aha! I've been caught. Didn't take you for a peeping Tom. Oh, no. It was all just so fascinating, I couldn't help it. Almaze acts aloof as usual, but you can tell that he's trembling ever so slightly. You know, he doesn't have 249 strength, you know, so like, this is a bit much for him. He seems to be intimidated by your incredible power. But that gave me a fright. I'm not too shabby at fighting myself, or at least I think as much. I don't reckon I ever win against you in this state, laddie. Whatever. I'll give you all the money I have, so give me everything you brought. To a man who'll be dead by tomorrow, money is absolutely meaningless, you know. My retirement fund, my 20,000 gold. Aye, of course, I'll send you anything you want. This last time in your life you'll ever visit a shop. Make sure to get everything you possibly need. Okay. Right there. I guess I'll buy this. I guess I'll buy that too. What do I need? Oh, I should have saved for ambrosia. Damn it. I shouldn't have bought that. I should have bought like these ones instead. Fine. I'll just buy that. You know what? I'll probably sell some stuff too, right? Because I don't need most of this stuff anyway. I guess I'll sell that too. Starlit robes. Probably don't need that. I don't want that. And I'll probably sell that. Poison sword. I don't need this poop sword. I have this poop sword. Nameless. Probably sell that. Probably sell this. Barbarian sword. Cutlass. Serpent eater. Probably don't need that. Vitality ring. Probably don't need this. Don't need that. Don't need that. Probably don't need this. What else? I don't know. Is there anything else I want to sell? I mean, Blaze Orb. Using a Blaze Orb against a dragon? Probably not useful. Poison Needle. Okay. Buy one of these. Buy one of those. And yeah. I'll just buy all of the things. And I guess I'll buy one of those. Okay. Money makes the world go round. Well then. You've gone prepared and you don't have much time left. All you have left to do is to find the dragon, fight it, and everything will come to an end. You lift your head. And bellow toward the ceiling, focusing your power upwards and sending a burst of power blasting through the roof, creating a path to the outside world with freaking fly, basically. Gosh, are you... As you're about to fly off, Misha calls out to you. She sounds confused, as if she isn't sure how to talk to you after your transformation. You know, like... I don't know. I don't know how else to describe this. Like, what do you describe? I don't know. We're basically breaking up. We're breaking up, Misha. I got like a cool tattoo, essentially, that covers my entire body. Like, sorry, babe. You're just not cool enough for me. But this will be the last time you see Misha, too. Maybe you should say something to her before you leave her alone for good. In your final farewell to Misha, you... say nothing. You have nothing to say. I say nothing. I don't give a shit. And so you say nothing. You focus your power onto your feet, and then you jump high into the sky, through the ceiling beyond the desert above. The desert is dark and tinted pink from the setting sun. And lastly, I'll need equipment fit for dragon slaying. You stop midair and unsheath your sword, commanding the resentment within you. O resentment that resides within me, if thou wants to grant thy wish, enchant my sword to become a blade that pierces even dragon scale. I got enemy sword. At your command, a thick darkness emerges from within you and envelops your sword. You give another command. O resentment that resides within me, if thou wants to grant thy wish, Become my cloak and shield me from harm. At your command, a thick murk envelops your entire body, forming a black cloak. Ranks of hatred. And kill the dragon. Your face distorts in a murderous grin as you leap in the direction of the dragon. I've collected all this resentment, all of the rage baiting. I've rage baited all the entire world and amassed so many views for my Twitter posts that it will amalgamate into the sole purpose of destroying social media. Now, faster, faster, faster. You kick the ground with all your might and soar through the skies like a bird. You move so incredibly fast that you fly past the entire desert in just one great leap. Now. You can barely contain your elation. Finally, it took way too long, but you're finally strong enough to take out that wretched dragon. But then, just as you're starting to get excited, you get interrupted by a bolt of lightning, threatening to strike you out of the air. It's a pilgrim. Huh. You probably stepped into this one's territory. It intimidates you with lightning and looks ready to attack you at any moment. Poor ignorant lump of flesh you are. Sure, come at me. It'll be a nice warm-up for the real fight. I'll give you the taste of this power strong enough to surpass even dragons. Again, what is this power scaling? You know, like we have 200 of every stat. At this point, the classes don't even matter. Also, did we equip our weapons? I don't know if we equipped our weapons or not. We didn't have a chance to go to the menu, so... Anyway, I sheath my sword, and then I do an EI slash, and then I use a bloody fang, just as I always do. Yeah, okay, one shot. I gotta say though, it's kind of cool that yeah, we have like basically a reskin. The level up or the result menu is still the same, but it's kind of basically we got a new cosmetic, we got a new alternate skin for a character. Impressive, if I do say so myself. The fight was so one-sided, you couldn't even compare it to the last time you fought a pilgrim. No, it couldn't even be called a fight. And now I feel like my body is starting to get used to this power. Doing a fucking bunch of fucking moves. You feel newfound strength kindle within you, become able to utilize even more of the power resentment that flows through your body. At the same time, however, you can feel your body expiring in exchange for the power. You feel like you're being torn apart limb from limb. I should hurry. We don't have much time left. You leap through the air once more to seek out and defeat the dragon. What the? On your way to the dragon, you see a burning village. You recognize it as the village of the Palagayans. So they've been attacked by the dragon. They don't seem to be completely wiped out. But the place is completely devastated. The people left in the village could barely put up a fight. The chagrin of the lives taken by the dragon linger in the air. The cries of those who fell helplessly to the hands of their sworn enemy are harrowing. In the same moment, a great rage threatens to erupt from your chest. The souls of the Palangayan warriors you've slain, the ancient king Elrin, the chief Elyon, they all cry in rage at the devastation of their people. Your lives, your regrets, I won't let any of it go to waste. You absorb the resentment surrounding the village, using it to further empower yourself, even though you're like, at this point you're like 200 plus everything, like plus 5 at this point doesn't mean anything, but oh well, let's do it anyway. You take the skies once more. Okay, we're just here I guess. Hold on, let me like go to my menu. So, okay, we already have it equipped. Animus Sword. A sword made of the hate and murderous intent directed at dragons. It drains the user's life, but that hardly matters to you anyway. Hatred woven into cloth. Or cloth? No. Hatred woven into cloth, rather. The pain of those slaughtered by dragons protects Gosh. Gosh? Oh yeah, Gosh, yeah, right. For some reason, for a moment, I forgot who we were, you know? White Grimoire. You know, might as well put this on at this point. Not that it matters. The stats don't really matter at this point either. I mean, we're not gonna use like other weapons anyway. Let's see. Curse. Level up our technique a little bit. And then more vitality. Would be nice to have. There you go. You know, it's funny, like, yeah, this got updated, you know, the skin for that one. But this didn't. We still have the old one there. What are our skills, by the way? We got new skills. We got Dragon Splitter, immensely powerful skill inherited from General Baldos. Royal Flourish, inherited from Elrond the Ancient King, deals huge critical damage, but heavily affected by enemy defense. And I guess that's it for like our new moves. For magic, we have Triple Calamity, inherited from Great Sage Marsa. Unleash magic of several elements at once and inflicts down elements such as poison. And I guess that's it. That's just our super moves. Festering Grudge, inherited from Sue, the priest. Absorb resentment from the world itself. Recover HP and gain 1 use of Undying Curse. What? I guess that's the revive, maybe? An Unforgivable Death, inherited from Eloy. Gains 2 uses of Undying Curse at the start of battle. Always active. You always revive, I guess. Crazy. Okay, well, I don't know. I feel like all of this is obviously like similar to the final fight of like Sephiroth in Final Fantasy VII, even though I'm such a LARPer. I've never played Final Fantasy VII. I watch other people play Final Fantasy VII. I know what happens at the end. Cloud uses Omni Slash and he wins, you know? Like Sephiroth is like super all-powerful and everything, but it's just like every RPG, really. Like a lot of like JRPGs, it's often like a victory lap where like it doesn't really matter. You know, you're so powerful at some point and the villain also powers up, but like it's just a cinematic, you know, at the end of the day. Like it's hard to actually lose. I know we need to use Omni Slash. Well, I don't need to use Omni Slash. I need to use Resentment Slash or something. But anyway, in the fight rather, a single hit kills Sephiroth anyway. Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously you have to use Omni Slash though because it's more cinematic that way. This is the final battle of your story. One that you've given up your very life for. Are you ready? Nah, you know, actually I regret everything. I'll go home. No, I'm ready. You see the dragon in the distance. You have your nemesis in your sights, but they're still quite far. It'll take a little longer before you can reach them. And from a distance, you spot someone standing next to the dragon. Is it the wolf? Or, oh no, okay, I was thinking the wolf came back. Remember the wolf guy? I guess he's not here. I guess so. This is just a child. You know, this is a child of the village that he's gonna become chief, just like us. It's like a freaking, it's supposed to be like a parallel, I guess. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Give them back! Give everyone back! As you approach the dragon, you not only see the dragon armored with glistening black scales, but also a small child right before it. It's the son of the village chief, the boy you spoke to during your stay. He aims a damaged bowgun at the Zane the Black Dragon, hatred burning in his eyes. Give them back. What a puzzling request. Should I empty my stomach here so you can search for what you want? Shut up! Damn it! The chief's son fires his bowgun in a fit of anger, but it doesn't leave a single scratch on Zane's scales. What a pathetic, pitiable weakling. There's nothing more meaningless than an attempt to kill without the strength required. I shall devour you as well. You will become my flesh and blood. The chief's son crumples to the ground in despair, and the dragon's terrible jaw inches closer. And then the dragon gobbles up the poor boy in one bite. Not! Or did they? You know, this is a freaking Vsauce episode. Or did they? Or did it? Or did he? No, I punch him in the fucking face. Or they would have, if not for your fist connecting with their face with a thunderous bang. They call me One Punch Man. No. The punch contains all the speed you've built up in the sky, as well as every drop of your resentment. You punch the dragon away from the boy. Ah! I don't know, again, I'm doing like weird grunts. Zane loses their balance, staggering greatly. Your punch seems to have been quite effective. You take the opportunity to turn the chief's son offering, or rather you turn in. I thought you like turning him? No. You take the opportunity to turn to the chief's son, offering him a hand to help him stand back up. Run. Go as far as you can. Try not to get caught in the fight. Okay. The boy is still shaking and confused. You pat him gently on the head with all the love a father would. Perhaps his father's soul compelled you to do so. Don't die. With that, you push the boy away and turn back to face the dragon. You hear his hurried footsteps behind you. Alright then. How long has it been since I last felt so much pain from one blow? I can hardly believe it. That's so? Well, that's fair. Maybe you just imagined it. I'm so small and weak, it couldn't have hurt that much. Want me to punch you again just to make sure? Ooh, that power, that blackened soul. It's not achievable by normal means. Who are you? I've already given you my name once before, but that's fine. I'll tell you again. My name is Rabania Kargash. That is the name of the man who will kill you, cloaked in the resentment of those you've killed. You don't have to remember it if you don't want to. After all, you're dying right here, right now. You kill me. How laughable. Have you become arrogant from gaining power beyond your capabilities? Arrogant? You're confusing arrogance with confidence, big guy. I'll beat you. I'll beat the fuck now. I'll beat into you the resentment of my village and the Palagayan people. I'll carve their hatred into your flesh until you shut up and die. It's so anime. But I like it. I like it because it's like tragic, you know? It's not like, oh, you know, we get all, with the power of friendship, all things I've learned along the way, you know, with all my friends, I will defeat you. No, this is like, everyone fucking died because of you. I'm gonna fucking kill you, you bitch. You know, basically. I don't know. It's a different tone to it, I guess. Anyway. Dragon Splitter. I start off with Dragon Splitter. Then I sheath. Then I use Triple Calamity. I shoot a freaking meteor from space into your face. Oh, what the heck? I'm stunned. Help. Help. I'm stunned. Well, I'm assuming I'm stunned, so I can't do anything unless there's a way to, like, fix that at all? I don't know. Uh-oh. What's the other one? Royal Flourish? Affected by enemy defense, though. I wonder how that works. So I have to, like, debuff him first and then use it somehow? Well, anyway. What do I do? I don't know. I use them on my MP, though, to do that. That was a bad idea, maybe. Sort of life. I don't know what to do. Barrage Miss. Rest of the turn. So I want to save my CP so that I use Curse Briars and then use Royal Flourish maybe? I don't know, that's the thing to do. I was gonna try that. Dizzy Shot. I'm mobilized. Ow. Damn it, I hit it too soon. I was scared because I was stunned. So I was like, oh, I have to do this quickly. But then it turns out it didn't matter. God damn it. Like, the thing was like really slow anyway. So I hit it way too soon. Absorb. Curse Briars. Oh, I can't use Royal Flourish because I'm sheep. Oops. In that case... Swallow Strike. God damn, I hate your spread wing. Stop doing that. It goes too fast. Death Snuggle? Don't snuggle me. Double fireball. Okay. Now I use... Oh, I can't. Now I use a biscuit, you know? Now I use... Or I should... Nah, I'll just roll flourish. Then I sheath. Then I use... I don't know. I don't have any CP left. Then I use... toxic bottle. I throw some fart gas at you. Bam. There's the Omni Slash, by the way. Not enough to kill, obviously, though. You stay still. You survive every one of Zane's attacks. Seeing you dance around their attacks seems to have angered the dragon who snarls at you. What are you so big for, you slow lumbering brute? You think you should start a diet? Or I think you should start a diet, you're fucking fat, idiot. I personally recommend fasting. Clamp those jaws together and lose a few pounds. Very well then. I shall adjust my size. I will now transform into a dragon girl, anime girl. No. Okay, no. It would be funny because that's been done in the past. Like a big scary dragon, but then they transform. It's just a cute anime girl. But no. At that, Zane's body glows and transforms into a humanoid form. What is the meaning of this? Is that your true form? Such is the way weaklings think. What? The body is but a vessel for my soul. It can be changed according to its purpose. This is an allegory for, like, transitioning genders. No, a dragon is one who lives according to their desires and grants everyone of their own fantasies. Let us continue our fight. Show me how you dodge this. Uh-oh. Nope. Festering grudge. Recover HP. I did die once. Didn't I die once already? I think I died once already, right? So I should probably use this eventually. Hold on. The Ice Slash. He's gonna claps hands, which I assume is not an attack? Maybe it is an attack. But I will use my Mana Berry. Mana Berry. Then I will use... Oh, I can't use Festering Grudge yet. Oh, come on. I want to use it. So I want to use it because... I want to regain my lives, basically. In that case... I'll use Bloody Fang. Oh, damn it. What the heck? Oh my god. Kidding me? Festering Grudge. At least so I can regain my one-ups, essentially. Is there like a cooldown for that? Three turn cooldown. How many freaking moves do you have? Freeze and burn. Sword of Life. I dodge. I sheath my sword. Okay, not that bad. Fire Punch? Fire Punch, is that manga? Let's see here. I kind of want to use a biscuit, you know? I'm gonna use a biscuit. What's this cooldown? Turns until next use. Oh, I can use this, but not yet. I'm curious if a biscuit would be any useful here, so I'm gonna do that, and then I'm gonna absorb, get my HP back maybe, and then there's a Bloody Fang. Haha! Get all the status effects. Bam, 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 bam. Execution blade. That could be useful. You know what? Oh, okay. I'm gonna do Cursed Briars, then Mirage Mist, then Execution Blade on the last one. I'm hoping, because 1, 2, I think, is blockable. Hopefully. Hopefully it doesn't get paralyzed. Then I can't actually use my Execution Blade. There you go. There you go. Bam, bam. What? 9,999 damage, literally. I did like max damage, still not enough. Kidding me? What Dragon Splitter? I can't use Dragon Splitter? Oh yeah, because I'm sheep. Sure. I'm gonna do this. Attack boost, Dragon Splitter. Then, I'm gonna sheep again. Why not? Blam. So yeah, I did max damage. Literally have to do max damage. And still not enough. Why? Why will you not fall? Why am I being overwhelmed? Confusion and panic color Zane's face. The proud and mighty dragon instinctively takes an uncharacteristic step backwards. Are you scared? Are you intimidated? Are you scared of me? Of your imminent death? It's exactly what you've been doing to everyone else all this time. That's exactly how we felt when you trampled all over us. And now it's your turn to die trembling in fear. You know, when you fight back against the bully, basically. Fear. Me. A dragon. Afraid of you. Yeah. What are you gonna do about it? Do you want to beg for your life? Maybe you should bow your head and kiss my feet while you're at it. Nonsense. I am a dragon. This is a humiliation ritual. No, this humiliation. How dare you ridicule me? Mayrin, I should be a voice actor? Well... It'd be kind of cool. It's kind of hard to get into, though. Like, actual voice acting takes a lot of, like... I mean, it's like acting in real life, you know? It's like, you don't just, like, become a voice actor. You know, you need to, like... Somebody needs to hire you, and that's kind of, like, the hardest part. So you need to, like, build a portfolio, you know? And, like, you know... It's a lot of time and work. I just like to read things in a dramatic way, you know, for fun. And that's what I stream, you know? Usually I actually like to streams, or rather I like to stream games where I like to read things. Because I like narrating things, you know? It's a fun thing I like to do. Even though my voice acting is not exactly the greatest sometimes, especially when, like, the characters are literally, like, anime waifus. It's like, how am I supposed to do anime girl voices? But, you know, I just like doing it anyway. Zane's body starts to shake in fear, in humiliation, and in anger. At the same time, their body gradually starts to glow. You're just complimenting? Well, thanks. I don't know how to take a compliment, by the way. Power. I need power. Not a half-baked form like this. I will become a being of pure destruction, a form optimized to defeat you specifically. In the ultimate form, they'll see you to your end. You know, this is when he transforms to a little anime girl now. He transforms into, like, what's her name? You know that anime? Like, Kobayashi's, like, dragon maid. What's her name? You know, like, cool... Because Kobayashi is not the name of the dragon maid, right? The actual dragon maid is a different name. Miss Kobayashi's dragon maid. They will be Toru, right? Toru. This is when the dragon transforms into a Toru, you know? But anyway. Zane roars, their body glowing blindingly bright. Form to kill you in! Okay, well you just transform into another dragon. What are you, a Pokemon? Yeah, you evolve like twice at this point. When you can open your eyes, you see Zane's body shining bright gold. Or Zane? It is a form that reveals all the power they hold within their body, one made with the sole purpose of killing you. You should have given up when you had the chance. While you say that, however, you feel something inside you stir. Looks like this body is reaching its limits too. Your body buckles under the power it wasn't built to contain. The price is being paid, little by little. Lose 10% HP every turn! Just a little longer. I'm almost done here. Ow. It's a freaking, I got a paper cut. Anyway, it's glowing now? Nectar. I use Triple Calamity. Stop glowing. That's cheating. Full burst. Whoa. 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 Oh yeah? I freaking throw a bunch of bullshit at you. How about that? Screw you. What's he gonna do? I don't know. I don't know what he's gonna do. I want to try Execution Blade, but like, I might miss. I'd rather use Royal Flourish instead. So, I need to unsheath my blade first, though. Curse Briars. Attack boost. Royal Flourish. Ow. Ow. Huh? Omni Slash! That's not good enough. I sheath my sword. And then I use Bloody Fang. And then I use Abyss Slash. Abyss Gate sounds good, but at the same time, I don't know if it's a good idea. Because it does use up a lot of my HP, so probably I want to use it right away. Well, actually, I want to do, let's do Abyss Gate, and then Absorb to get my HP back. Right, let's do that. Further Radiance. Just heals. Screw you. Oh yeah, I fucking poison you. I do a bunch of bullshit at you. Light of the End. What the heck? I didn't know that would happen. I didn't know it was an AoE. Yeah, and of course there's a, whenever there's like a final boss in like an RPG, there's always going to be a choir. Well, in like in Dark Souls, it's always the case actually. It's always like a choir or whatever. A lot of boss fights. You know what? Execution Blade, let's try it. It seems like he's going to do like a bunch of attacks at the end there. So let's try doing that. I like the heal though, so I'm gonna drink up probably another elixir, nectar or whatever. Actually, can I use a Festering Grudge? No, that requires CP, right? Oh, I can't do it right now. Probably want to use it eventually to get my revivals back up. And you know what? Mirage Miss. Or should I use Mirage Miss first? I'll use Mirage Miss first, and then heal up. I don't know if it's better to do that or not, I don't know. Okay, so I've used Execution Blade. So I want to guard the first one, second one I need to dodge, third one I block, and the last one I don't know. It's a big question mark. I guess we'll see. Come on. Damn it. I missed. I just missed. I simply just missed the whole thing. It hit me even though I guarded, which is annoying. Ah. It hit me even though I guarded. What the heck? Defense boost. Festering Grudge to get back my revival, by the way. I've lost that a few times at this point. And then, you know what? I'll unsheath. To do Dragon Splitter next turn. Full burst. Like that, and like that. Okay. Then super speed is left, I think. But like it's really fast, so it's hard to dodge. Further Radiance, I think that's simply a healing move. I'm gonna sheath. And then I'm going to, I don't know. I'm gonna like try to stun you. Bam. Turret of Strength, I don't know. Is that it? Is this one attack? Okay. Get stunned, stupid. When can I use this again? Yeah, wait, one turn. Okay, let's see. I really want to use Execution Blade. I want to make use of it, you know? But like, it's dangerous. Anyway, I'm gonna use my Curse Cannon. I'm gonna shoot a fucking cannon at you. Screw you. I want to save my CP. I'll use the Ice Slash. I'll use Mirage Miss. Bam! I have my own Kamehameha. Oh, really? Oh my god. Ah! I'm dying. I'm dying, Squirtle. Festering Grudge. Bloody Fang. Dizzy Shock. Desperation, I don't know what's the first one. Up, down, down, left, down. The changes in speed, you know, is annoying. What the heck? Okay, well I gotta use another like Nectar. And then what should I do? I don't know. Execution Blade. Well, I can't save it for that anyway. It doesn't matter. Festering Grudge is then the 2 turn cooldown. I can't use this though. Triple Calamity. Sure. Let's do Triple Calamity, Attack Boost, Lepery Blade. Random bullshit, go! Man, that's not enough. That's a little. Comparatively. That kind of sucked, you know? That wasn't good enough. In terms of like damage, like Leopard Blade costs like 8 CP, and that was barely enough. But that's barely like full max damage. You know, Dragon Slayer is like way better. Turret of Strength, Wings of Light. You know what? A Biscuit. And also Absorb to get all my HP back. This is actually very dangerous. Hopefully I don't die. Oh. Actually got a lot of HP back from using the Biscuit, actually. Even though it does... Oh, what? Oh my god. Not dead yet. I can't use Festering Grudge. Why can't I use my MP's not high enough? Well, time to use... I have to use this. I can use... I mean, I can use this. But that's not ideal. This is not ideal either, because it fully recovers HP, MP, and CP. I already have 10 CP though. So... whatever, I'll just do it. Do that. Then I'll use Defense Boost, Execution Blade for the Fireball Barrage. And I'm hoping... Curse Briars is only for the rest of the turn, right? It's the rest of the turn. It's not that good. I'll use Mirage Miss. A waste of the CP recovery, but whatever. Execution Blade. Come on, let's go. Let's go. Damn it. Let's go. Yeah! Got it! I fucking parried your goddamn fireball! That's how I finish it off. With a goddamn parry. Your brain's melting as you try to understand the mechanics of the game. I mean, it's not that hard. I think maybe it's because you're literally watching the end of the game, so like it seems like a lot. But like if you watch the beginning, you know, it starts pretty simple, really. And of course, they introduce a lot of like random mechanics at the end because of the power-up. And which, by the way, I imagine this is not the only ending of the game. There's actually multiple endings of the game. You don't always end up in this situation, I assume. I mean, I guess I have to see. I have to see what the other endings are like. But anyway. No, this cannot be. How could I lose? I transformed and went Super Saiyan and everything, you know. That's why I turned yellow. I surpassed my own limits. I unleashed my full power, and yet... The fight to the death ends with your victory. Zane could not best you even after spending every last drop of their power. That's right, you've lost. You slowly approach Zane one step at a time. Zane's face distorts in despair at his imminent death. Zane roars, again, like, it doesn't really work and I'm just going at the microphone. I mean, maybe, yeah, I gotta add a filter, you know, maybe some echo. Anyway, Zane roars as if to master fear and lunges towards you in a desperate attack. It's over, you dumb lizard. Owarida. You deal a finishing blow, slaying the dragon. You can feel their life slipping past your fingertips. I did it. You have successfully avenged your village. You have slain the mighty dragon with your own hands. You've achieved your purpose in life. Undescribable feelings ball up within you as you get engulfed in the bright light that spills from the dragon. You throw your head back and laugh. But your body had already reached its limit a long time ago. And so the price is fully paid, and your consciousness vanishes. Credits roll? Oh no, there's a little after thing. I'm pretty sure this place was nothing but a wasteland last time I came. Where the Black Dragon Zane was slain in battle, or well, actually it's just a narrator, actually, I thought she was saying this. Where the Black Dragon Zane was slain in battle, plants flourish around the area, and the heartbeat of nature can almost be heard among the foliage. Oh my. You look so happy yourself too. You're making it real hard for me to stay mad at you. Misha finds you lying against the dragon and speaks to you. She receives no answer. You know, so much unbelievable stuff happened, I shouldn't be surprised, but you really went and did it, huh? You defeated the Calamity, the Black Dragon Zane. Good for you. You achieved your wish, the wish you would give your life for. Misha continues to speak as if in conversation, but you don't answer. Tears start streaming from her eyes. Say something, won't you? Open your eyes and say good morning, like you just woke up at the inn. Or look at me all apologetically and ask, what are you crying about? Something like that, anything. But you don't answer, and your eyes remain shut. You're so stupid, Baka. You're so stupid. You have no idea how I feel, getting left all alone like this. I don't know, I barely know you. Like, I like, you know, it's like, you know, typical RPG where, like, your love interest spends, like, at most, like, 3 days with you. Like, how long did we spend our time with her? I mean, at least maybe a week. Is there that time we're, like, in that village for a while, I guess? Anyway. But you did it. You really did it. Great job. I knew you could do it. Misha continues the conversation, but still you don't answer. Of course you don't. Your soul is long gone. Remains is your body in which your life once burned bright, now an empty husk with its flame extinguished. For a while, Misha stands there staring at your corpse. Eventually, she slowly takes a deep breath, exhales, and claps her hands on her cheeks before looking straight ahead. Alrighty then, I'll just have to do my best too. It's all thanks to you that I could get this close to my goal. I won't let your efforts go to waste, I promise. Besides, I feel like things are about to get really busy from now on. The surrounding lands have become rich with resources. Thanks to your victory, an enormous amount of power has been absorbed into the earth below. And the rich land will attract life, and soon life here will develop and flourish even more. And this time, no one will stop them except, well, another dragon. You know, it's like a cycle, you know, another dragon will show up. The calamity that razed villages to the ground and devoured all life is no more, slain by your hands. You've given your life to accomplish an amazing feat, Gosh. When I have time, I'll tell people about you. I wouldn't want you to go unrecognized, be forgotten at the time. That'd be so sad. At that, Misha walks up to you and wraps your body up in a gentle hug, as if she can't bear to say goodbye. See you, Gosh. It was only for a short while, but it was fun to travel with you. And thus, she never got the D. No, and by that I mean the dragon. No, anyway, thus the terrible dragon who terrorized the land for 10,000 years was slain, returning its great power to the earth. This marked the start of a land of rich soil and prosperity, named the Abundant Lands. And in the following eras, many nations rose and fell in the Abundant Lands. And there's like this chosen one, there's like a chosen undead. No, anyway. There were years of peace and years of constant conflict. Constant conflict. That reminds me of a German 985 meme. Anyway. But there was a legend that never faded, no matter the era. The story of a hero who lived a life of revenge, who set his life aflame to finally defeat a dragon. Through fables and plays and many other ways, the legend of Gosh the dragon-slaying beast was passed down the generations. The use of life, the dragon-slaying beast. The end. There you go. You know, it kind of reminds me of like, it's kind of like the whole point of the part of the story anyway. Is like, you know what that saying? What's that saying? It's like the flame burns brightest or something when it's short or something like that. What's that saying? I forget the saying. You know, the fire, the flame that burns brightest is also the shortest, or is that how? What's that the saying? Or something? It's a quote. Oh, a flame that burns twice as bright. Right? It's like I don't know. Apparently, it's a quote by Lao Tzu. Is that true? I have no idea. But, you know, it's the flame that burns twice as bright, burns half as long. Something like that. Some kind of metaphor for, you know, putting your all into something. And then you burn out, literally. And thus, we never got a bunny wife. even though it's heavily implied that she will like start a family with you and have many bunny children, you're like, no, be gone, thought. I must slay this dragon. You know, it's much more important than like making you pregnant. No, well, there you go. Let's see, characters. Wow, look at all these characters, and also this character that we don't know. You know, cause there's a big titty lady, you know, basically in chapter 2 that we completely ignored, and so I wonder if that's a completely different route. I don't know. But here's Gosh, 23. Misha, 21. I wonder if the ages were adjusted for the English version. I don't know. Anyway, because that's often the case in Japanese games. I don't know, it's little profiles. I do wonder about him though. Let's also see. Elusive merchant, wears a blindfold, is a traveling merchant. Skively avoids talking about himself. Actually, there's multiple pages. But you need to clear all the endings first to see all the profiles. Obviously, ending 1 is when you go, you know, dark Gosh. Such a lust for revenge. After the farewell, interesting. So wait. So there's like kind of like epilogue. Wait. So I'm just gonna read it fast. Yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna spend too long reading this, obviously, or like reading it loud. But let's see. So this is the ending where Gosh seeks strength and carries out his revenge. The fleeting yet blindingly bright life of a hero. You rather slay a dragon than having a bunny wife? Well, I don't know. The game really gives you that choice, you know. A short life is still a good one as long as you're smiling until the end. This ending is one in seek of happiness despite a life cut short. You know, reminds me of a manga. Actually, isn't it like a manga like that? Or like you could like, you know, there's like a world where you can like sell the rest of your life for a bunch of money, basically, but you cut your life short or something. Anyway. They say revenge amounts to nothing, but there are likely times when revenge is the only way forward, even if nothing comes out of it. Maybe it can affect the world in ways one doesn't even know about. In the end, this ending is one where Gosh influenced the world around him the most. I see. Interesting, they're both rabbit folk, but they're different kinds of rabbits. So he's Rabinia, and she's Orgu. I guess those are different clans. But after the farewell, she didn't want Gosh to die, so Gosh choosing power over his life and disappearing shocked her. She spent the whole night sobbing alone. You know, she couldn't get her like bunny boyfriend. After the ending, she invented all sorts of tools, contributing to the community. She never married and had no children to continue her bloodline. You know, she was just a loser incel version. No, but the technologies she developed have not been lost to time. Stories say that she adopted a child of another race who inherited her skills. Okay. She really became a career woman. This is what happened. Let's see. Elusive man. He was curious about Gosh and Misha since their first meeting. It's not that he really wanted to meet them, but he wanted to lend them a hand. Not much about the same. More about him might be revealed in the Winged Ladies route. Okay, so we might learn more about him in a different route. There's Worf. Interesting. There's more about him, but in the other endings. In the first ending, he just dies and that's it. Nothing else. Nine, 10,000-year-old dragon. Okay. And obviously after you kill him, you know, a bunch of energy comes back to the earth for some reason. I don't know, it's just a thing they explain at the very end, but sure, why not? Interesting. There's also like different endings here. Huh. Beyond, Sue, age unknown. The femboy cat. Oh yeah, it's a full body portrait. Oh, you do that. Scary, scary femboy. So scary. Oops, I didn't want to do that. I want to go here and then, yeah, I want to check out this one. You know, when he powers up, he has aura, literal aura. He's got stink gas coming out of him. Very stinky. Well, I guess that's it for now. There's some art. Okay. Some cool art. CGs that we've seen before, I guess. You punch him in the frickin' face. eat his heart. Well, it was already like foreshadowed that we were like eat him for some reason, but like it wasn't that. I mean, eat his heart, but I thought it was gonna we're gonna like eat him, you know, like limb from limb. But no, we just like grab his heart, I guess. Development, some behind the scenes. Oh, afterward. Thank you for playing till the end. Began game in 2019, began working on it in 2020, and now 2025 has been completed. Wow! And it's like 3 years since the early access. Okay, how about this work? There are 4 endings, and none of them are right or wrong answers. I want to portray the characters in the game as people living desperately in a cruel world. You know, I like that actually. I like stories about literally that, you know, in a world where everything sucks, essentially. People are just living in it, you know? And that's why I like Dark Souls, personally. I like the world building and the atmosphere of that game, so it's partly why I like this game too, you know? It's exactly what I want out of like a story, I feel like. It's very, obviously like kind of anime at the end, very cliche, but I don't know. I kind of liked it. And of course, there's different endings too. So people living their own paths, moving forward, only be toyed with as a result. Even the protagonist is just desperate to survive, even if it makes him into a villain. Simply write about the outcomes they arrive at their chosen paths and how it would impact the people in the world around them. I think that people will differ in which endings they prefer, but I hope you're able to enjoy both the bitterness and happiness in each ending. If there are any endings you haven't seen yet, you can play basically go get them. Once you cleared all endings, you'll be able to control any event results from the game settings during play. Well, I mean, at that point, you don't need to, you know, I feel like. I guess maybe like some very like small scenes you haven't seen yet, technically. I mean, there you go. Well, I mean, I feel like I'm not done with the game yet, though. Because the game is like, get the other endings. I'm like, okay, fine. I feel like ending 2, if I had to guess. Well, I don't know. Actually, I don't know if ending 3 or ending 2. But either way, there's a probably different ending where you like, you don't sacrifice your life. You instead decide to, you know, hetero slop. You decide to hetero slop it up with Misha instead. So you probably give up the power to Sue and then you do something else. I don't know, but it's probably that. And obviously there's a different route where you end up hanging out with the big titty lady instead. I don't know what's up with that. I don't know how different that route would be. I imagine it would be pretty different because you're not hanging out with Misha anymore, but I don't know. I don't know if the routes converge or not. But anyway, you can access the screen again by loading a clear save file. Alright. You know, if I had the forethought, I would maybe have made like backup saves, but oh well. I think I probably have to just replay the game again. In which case, I wonder how I'm gonna do that. It kind of depends. I might play this a little bit off screen. Oh, by the way, do we have this screen before with Misha? I feel like it's always been just him, like gosh, and not with Misha. But anyway, but I was gonna think like I probably will have to replay this game off screen and basically pick mostly like slightly different choices and get to that part again with Sue. And basically just end up choosing a different one. You know, basically like, we don't like push, you know, Misha out of the way to pursue her revenge. Rather, we just be nice to her. And then, you know, it's so easy apparently because she's just so infatuated at the slightest like, you know, thing, I guess, because she's obviously the chosen love interest. And then we probably get a different ending. You know, with the flame of life being higher than the flame of power. Probably. I do have other, say, settings here. Or rather, not settings, slots, rather. But it's kind of like a perma thing, you know, where like you have to do it. You know, you have to follow the path all the way through. You can't just make multiple saves, you know? It would be nice, but it would kind of defeat the purpose of like having so many different choices, you know? Anyway, but I guess that's the plan. Maybe for next week, if I have time, I don't know. It kind of depends. I wonder how much I want to like show though. You know, that's the thing. Because it's gonna be very repetitive. I feel like as well. Because I feel like if I go the same path with Misha, it's gonna be mostly the same. I feel like what would be more interesting would be going a different path, the Winged Lady. But I want to get the other. I want to get the ending with Misha first because I feel like we already done most of it already. So I want to like get that ending first, get that out of the way, and then check out the other path. I don't know. I guess it'll depend if I have time for it. Well, let's see. I guess that'll be it for today, though. There you go, the first ending of The Use of Life. Again, I really liked it. I mean, the ending that I just got, I feel like maybe some people wouldn't like it, but like, I like how you stick to your guns the whole time. You know, basically, you get revenge, you want to get revenge, you got revenge. You got what you wanted, you know? And in fact, it was like a little tragic, but it was kind of hopeful at the end too. You know, technically by killing the dragon, actually, everyone else lives a better life because, you know, again, like the entire ecosystem is fixed now. And it's actually not so bad, you know, actually. You would think, because in a lot of stories, I feel like when a character is so single-mindedly obsessed with revenge, the whole moral of the story is that, you know, by getting revenge, you just feel empty on the inside. There's nothing else to do, right? Or whatever, because you spend your entire life doing something that is like based on like hate, you know, and literally resentment, right? Just like in the game. And you would think that will like end up as like a metaphor for like, or not metaphor, but like a moral rather, that'd be like, oh, you know, you shouldn't spend your entire life doing this revenge thing because it's self-destructive or whatever, right? And that's usually how most stories end, I feel like, right? But actually, I don't know, this ending was actually kind of hopeful at the end. It was like, actually, you did all that based, you know, like, actually, that was a good thing, you know? I don't know. It's very Japanese when you think about it, though. I don't know in a good or a bad way, but you know, the idea like sacrificing your life for the good of like society, you know, basically. Freaking very like traditional Japanese mindset. But anyway. But I don't know, I liked it overall. Yeah. Again, a little bit cliche at the end, obviously, because you go Super Saiyan and everything, and then you fight the dragon and he goes Super Saiyan, and everyone just power scales. You know, Goku versus Frieza, the world explodes. But actually, the world didn't explode. Actually, it was the opposite. Actually, the world is great. But anyway, yeah, Rabbit got what he wanted. But anyway, again, I'll definitely check out the different endings, though. So I guess we'll see. But yeah, but that'll be it for today, though. That'll be it for today's stream. Let me just press the little button here. There you go. Let me just say my usual schedule is Saturday and Sunday on the weekends. Tomorrow I will probably play Beyond Citadel, you know, that like anime girl boomer shooter sequel. I'll probably try that, or maybe something. It depends on what I feel like, but probably that game. I'll probably just play that is what I'll do tomorrow. And then next week I'll probably continue seeing if I can get the different endings of The Use of Life. At the very least, I want to see the other ending involving Misha, I guess. I mean, I might as well. I'm a bit of a completionist. I am pretty satisfied with the ending that I got, I feel like, you know, because that's, I feel like what I would have picked, you know, as like a satisfying story. But, you know, I do want to see the other aspects of the game, you know, so I'll probably try to get the ending with Misha, which, you know, instead of like, you know, turning into like a super rabbit, we were like, never mind, you know, and we just have a bunch of babies with Misha. You know, that's literally, I think that's what's heavily implied. And I guess we'll see what the other route is like, where we don't hang out with Misha, and I wonder what happens then. You know, like, is she just completely gone from the story? I don't know. I wonder how different it is, or like maybe it just converges into the same thing. I don't know. I guess we'll see. I am very curious. But there you go. That'll be it for today. Thanks for watching. Thanks for coming by. Until next time, I'll see you then.